welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle number 24. I'm, of course, Joe's Live VIP with you. I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to your bi-weekly dose of Tenacious Turtle Tussle action, papi. Oh my god, let's go. For those that are curious, this event is open to all regions, open to all shapes, open to all sizes. Doesn't matter your league, doesn't matter where you are, you are able to compete and sign up for the Turtle Tussle. Here we go. We have our first series. We have our first best of 3 as we dive into the round of 16. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of King's Cove, we have the American Terran player, the Red Terran representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Vindicta. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Costa Rican Zerg player, the Purple Zerg, representing Team License to Kill, LTK. It is Eon. And you know what time it is. If you're in the chat, un momento. You'll soon know what time it is, as we are getting ourselves ready here. As I'm trying to get those predictions sorted. There we go. Soon to be good to go. But for now, we're settling into our ZVT again. Welcome one and all to King's Cove. King's Cove, one of the larger maps in the map, all very defendable on 3 bases. Not gonna lie, I'm a little bit surprised that we did end up in this on this map. But actually, are the predictions open? My stream deck is dying on me a little bit. so I do apologize. See if anything's happening in the chat. All right, we'll work on it. I might get the predictions going later. We'll get there. For now, though, it is going to be Hatch Gas. Oh, never mind. I was going to say Hatch Gas Pool. Never mind. Eon going gasless. Okay, here we go. We have our hatchery pool into hatchery here. No gases whatsoever from Eon, so it is going to be opening up gases. What does this mean? This typically leads into Roach Play. Roach Play is the go-to from this kind of opener. Very greedy, of course. You have to defend with purely queens. You have to defend with slow lings as well. But, as I just mentioned, this map, especially on King's Cove, your second and third base are quite defendable. Very defendable here on a 3-base setup because of the narrow ramp coming into the natural. Likewise, the ramp coming into the third base. So defending with purely queen is very much so viable, is very much so feasible here. So, here we go. As it looks like, if you're in the chats, are they finally open? No, not quite. Not quite. Sorry, my stream deck is my stream deck is dying on me a little bit here, but regardless, Reaper does dive into the natural. Gonna be threatening the workers. And will dance with the army here. So far, so good. Eon, he does pull away, does save his workers. I should also mention, Vindicta does open up standard. Is going for a Rax expand, back at home. Reaper opener into Hellions, into his standard play. So standard opener here by Vindicta. Hold on. I'm gonna have to restart stream deck, basically. My apologies. I might get the predictions going after this series. For now, we can just focus on the game. We focus on the game. I do have our third TC on the way. Behind this third TC before starport, so economic build here by Vindicta overall. Meanwhile, Reaper dips into the main base, just getting rid of what's going on. Gases are being taken, as we mentioned, this should lead into Roach Play. We should be seeing a Roach one here from the side of Eon. Reaper dives in, confirms the gases, has yet to confirm the tech. Technically, this could be something even crazier. This could be the beginning of something like 2-base or 3-base Muta, but we should be seeing that tech of choice momentarily. And there it is. There's that Roach one, as we did mention. So we're going to be skipping link speed, heading right into roach production instead. Now this can lead into an all-in, or it can just lead into a handful of roaches in towards the mid-game, drone up, and then into like Roach Hydra or Roach Hydra Lurker. We'll see how aggressive Eon plans on being with this. But so far so good. He's gotten away with his greed. Has gone away with it. Vindicta behind this, of course, getting to more Hellion production. It is going 3cc Banshee production on the way behind this, and we'll see if Vindicta can try to work his way into a mineral line. As so far so good. The queens, they hold, they defend, and again, as we mentioned, because this area is so narrow, 2 queens all you need. 2 queens can defend against almost a full army of Hellions with transfuse, but they can hold the line here and they defend. They do defend. Roaches are now on the way. Eon getting a little bit supply block, but for the most part, is going to be saturating his bases. Is setting up. Likewise, Vendetta back at home, getting to his Banshees. Still banking them up, not quite committing yet. Waiting for his second Banshee, waiting for Cloak. So far so good. We're working our way towards the mid game. Both players are taking their third bases. Both players are expanding. Eon is not droning. Uh-oh. Eon, he's making 32 lings. 32 lings behind this. Roaches are moving out. Eon is committing. As Ling Speed is soon to finish. My apologies, I didn't notice that he did start Ling Speed. That is a tell, of course, of aggression. And he's moving out. And the Hellions are out of position. Yeah, the Hellions are not back at home. Roaches, they are moving in. Back at home, we do have the Banshee, thankfully. The Banshees. A second Banshee does pop out. Likewise, Lings are scored around the edge. Eon are going straight for the natural. The wall is wide open. The Banshees will eventually clean this up, but Lings, they head straight for the middle line. SVs are going to be going down. They're going to try and save them, trying to pull them away. Roaches, they head up the ramp. Yeah, they bust through the Hellions. And they're going to be able to stifle any kind of reinforcements. Meanwhile, Lings, they head towards the third, and more SCVs are falling. That's going to be 18, 19 SCV kills already. 23. 23 workers going to be going down. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. It's going to be 24 workers in total. Lings, they force a lift up here of the third base. Now, Vendetta holds. He does hold, he does survive, but his economy is crippled. And how does he counterattack? He has Hellions, which can't really do much against Roaches, and he has Banshees, which have potential, don't get me wrong, but back at home, we have Queens. We have Queens, we have Spores, one Spore at the third, Spore at the natural, Spore in the main base as well. Queens are building up, and these Banshees, they have a lot of work to do. Have a lot of work to do here. And again, unfortunately, Vendetta, he did miss the move out. He did miss the all-in. As we did point out, Eon, he was skirting around the edge of the map. He did hide the Lings. He hid the Roaches. He hid everything. Lings, they dive in once again, taking down 3 Hellions. 3 Hellions going to be going down. And Migs, the pressure is on. Banshee did move it across the map. They do hit the Queen. Up, up. And they don't quite get it. Queen survives just barely. The Queen lives, the others do rotate over. I'll transfuse. Good. Transfuse just in time. Migs will find some transferring workers. They're not bad. Gets 3 drones. 3 workers going to be falling. Going for the Queen as well. Gets a Queen, gets 5, up to 6 drones, 7 drones even. Okay, we're racking up. Nice value here with these Banshees. Both Banshees do survive. Scan into the main reveals that it is going to be Roach Hydra. As we mentioned, this is one of the options. It could have been Roaches into Ravagers into Ling Bane, but as we can see here, Roaches into Hydra. A little bit more old school, a little bit more Heart of the Swarm-esque. Roach Hydra is still viable though. We do still see it, especially with this kind of opener. Specifically Roach Hydra into Lurker as well. We'll see if that's the direction that Eon does head in. As Migs, he's stabilizing, he's recovering, he's now on 2-base saturation, but the third, he still has a ways to go. Still has a ways to go here. Now we are just going to recover. We can slow things down. Vendetta, of course, going to be chilling back at home, going to be turtling up. Now, the problem here is, as Vendetta's turtling, Eon, he has free reign. He has free reign to double expand. He should be double expanding. He's getting a 4th base. He's free to take a 5th base as well, drone up to 80 workers, and take up into Hive. Speaking of, Hive is on the way. I still don't see a Lurker Den yet, though. That's kind of the big tech structure that we're missing, but Roach Hydra Viper is still good enough. So again, good to see that we're taking... Oh, that was not what I was expecting here. Taking in a bit of a different direction. Working towards Spire Tech instead. Okay. Spire is on the way. With that, we can get into Corruptor, into Broodlord potentially. Meanwhile, the Spores and Ton. And the Banshees, they come back in. They already got, what was it, 7+ worker kills earlier. Now another 8 drones, another 9 drones go down. Ay, ay, ay. And we spoke earlier about how Vindicta, he had to get some damage done with these Banshees, and he is. he's doing quite well. Oh my god. In total, 17 drone kills, 1 Queen earlier at the natural, if you recall. Does rotate over. Banshees, they scout the Spire. Getting up. Oh my god, up. going for another queen. And they will get it. Queen goes down. No transfuse. Second queen falling. Another drone. Again, just really meticulous micro here from Vegeta has been paying off. He's trying to rotate over, trying to respond. Eon is trying to keep up, but Vipers have arrived. And here comes the main army. So Vegeta, he's been harassing very well. Very nice harass here from Vegeta, but can he survive the push? It's going to be Roaches, Hydras, Vipers. They still need energy, though. So we can't actually push up this ramp. Yeah, Eon, he's going to be stuck here on the low ground. So has to wait for those Vipers. Which means Migs has time. And what does he have? He's got 3 tanks here at the third. He's got 3 tanks here at the natural as well. Oh my god. Eon trying to force his way up this ramp is going to be a good way for Vegeta to catch back up. Like if Eon takes a bad fight into the third or into the natural, then suddenly Vegeta can swing things in his favor. This is where I have to be a little bit critical here. Eon, I know he's going to have Vipers, but really there's no need to push up the ramp. Just deny the fourth. That's the win condition. Deny the fourth base. Don't really threaten the third. Don't threaten the natural base. Just contain the Terran, max out, and tech up. Speaking of teching, Greater Spire is on the way. So Eon is headed towards Broodlords. 2-2 about to finish. Eon, a couple of Hydras do get caught out. It's going to be 1 Hydra falling. As the army does respond. Eon rotating over. Looks like Vegeta is attempting to expand. The army does dive in. Vipers pushing forward. Where the Blinding Clouds going for the yoinks. Gets 1. Gets 2. Gets 2 tanks. There are no more tanks behind this. He's pushing himself up the ramp. But reinforcements are rallying over. Another tank goes down. A brutal Blinding Cloud. There is a detection. The Banshees. The Banshees are going ham, and the Hydras are being cleaned up. Oof. I say that the boys have to be pulled. Migs, he's barely holding on. But he does hold. Migs, he does hold. Behind this, rallying over tanks. More Hydras falling. But Eon is maxing out. That's the thing here. Eon, he has a greater economy. He is remaxing. Detection has arrived. Chasing down the Banshees. Oh no! Banshees are chased down. And Migs, yes, he has been holding on, but now he's fallen further and further behind in supply. It's going to be a tough hold. Yoink's coming in. Nice EMP on the Vipers. Oh my god. EMPs pop up. The 3 tanks putting in a lot of damage to the back line. Migs, once again, he holds the line. Oh god. Has to be careful though, not to overextend. Has to calm things down. But again, Eon pushing into 4 tanks. It's not going to work out well for him. Not without Vipers, without full energy. Eon falls back, and now he might be tempted to take it into Broodlords. Yeah, Corruptors are on the way. Migs is holding. But again, he's really surviving. He still needs a 4th base desperately. Attempts to expand. Does attempt. Rotating over. Nice. So far, he's being left alone. We're still waiting for the Broodlords to morph in, and they're coming, don't get me wrong. Now, these are going to be 0-0 Broodlords. Bear that in mind. They're not going to be the most upgraded, which means Migs, with the solid Ghost count, he can actually fight against this. It's going to be 4 Broodlords for the time being. Broodlords for now. So far, just working on it. There we go. +1 air carapace is on the way. Let's go. Liberator gets found. Another lip towards the south. Gets 2 more drones. Vegeta finally getting his 4th. His 4th is getting up there. He's getting it. Getting up and running. Just catching more Liberators. Eon's maxing out. Vegeta, he's not too far behind. He's maxing out as well. Checking the army tab here. Migs, he's got 5 ghosts so far. 5 ghosts, 7 tanks. Pretty decent army here. We are still lacking in those ghosts. Ideally, would like it to be higher. Just to build up his ghost count. The turrets will help support though. As Migs, he's aware of the Broodlords. He is fully aware. Ultra Cavern being thrown down. Eon does have the entire map, but Migs has potentially the more efficient army. I say potentially because it still comes down to the engagement. Still only 4 broods. Yeah, only 4 Broodlords here. Does poke in. Takes down the sensor tower. Snipe's going to be going up. He gets one. One Broodlord goes down. The ghosts are exposed. But the ghosts, they do survive. Yeah, and Migs, he can't take this fight. Snipe's going off once again. 2 broods left. Up. Up. Soon to be 1. Yeah, 1 Broodlord remaining. Soon to be 0. All the Broodlords do go down. Vegeta, he does take the fight. Eon plummets in supply. Again, his army was lackluster here, and Broodlords on their own, they need support. What do they need? You know what it is. Broodlord Infestor, papi. Without Fungals, the Bio army can just stim in. Eon taking into roaches. Snipe's going off once again, catching out the Hydras, and Eon's in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble here. He cannot fight this, not head on. He has to back up. He has to wait for reinforcements. Roaches are arriving, and Vegeta has he overextended. Here come the roaches. Tanks moving forward. Snipes going up. Oh, big snipes here on the Vipers. And Vegeta, he's fighting on creep here. He's crazy. He's running out of bio. The ghosts are exposed. Tank shots going up. Migs, can he barely take the fight? It's so close. Up, can he take it? Takes down the Hydras. Yeah, it does take down the Hydras. Rallies on in. Down to 3 ghosts left. Down to 2. It's not enough. Migs, he has to retreat, and Eon, he holds. Eon, he barely holds on with those roach reinforcements. Barely survives, and Migs was pretty committed there. You can see he falls in supply. He cannot remax. Didn't have a bank. That was it. That was Migs' moment. That was his moment, papi. Now, Eon did remax on Pure Ling Roach, which is less than ideal. So, despite being up in army supply, he's going to have a hard time closing it out. But the tank count was reset. You know, there's what, 2 tanks between these 4 bases. Vegeta is going to have to do that again. What I mean by that is he's going to have to back off, turtle up, max out, and rinse and repeat, or at least attempt to. But here comes Eon, this time with 3 Ultras. Has kindness plating. Snipes going up. But it's only 1 ghost. Eon, he should be able to break through this. 1 Ultra goes down. 2 Ultras, 3 Ultras even. Okay, all 3 Ultras fall. Not a bad concave here by Vindicta. The planetary holds. Oh my god. Refuses to die, papi. Oh my god. And Eon has to back off behind this. Going to be remaxing with Ultra. Now, these Ultras do have +3 carapace. They have kindness plating. They have only +1 melee. The melee upgrades are lacking for the Ultras. But outside of that, they should be quite tanky. It should be. And that is going to be 8 Ultras on the way. Once again, though, it does feel like Eon is trying to brute force his way through. I don't blame him. He is ahead. He does have that economic advantage, and that's really been carrying him through most of this game. But the reality is that, again, without either Infestors or without Vipers, without any Spellcasters, it's not going to be the most efficient trade. It's going to be a brutal fight here. Where Eon does catch the medevac. Medevac goes down. We have the nuke coming in. Nuke here at the center expansion. Eon does notice. He pulls away. Rotating over. Oh! Nuke going off. And it will connect. It will connect with the base, but not with the workers as they do transfer away. That was the, I believe, only nuke. Yeah, that was the only nuke. Eon pushing in. Again, he's got his Mass Ultra. Up! Dives on the army. Only the 1 ghost. And with only 1 ghost, we cannot hold against this. No shot. No way. Ultra gets into the mineral line. And Migs is being chased down. He's kiting his heart out. He takes down the Ultras. The kiting papi. Oh my god. I mean, Ultras are larger now, so they do... it's not as easy to get surface area on them. Or from them on the army. With that Migs, he will hold on. He will hold on to the ramp at least. But he will lose 23 SCVs. Ay, ay, ay. Again, his economy is crippled. Eon's still on 80 workers. GG gets called, and Eon will finally take game number 1. Ooh, GG. GG, well played. Eon will take the first game here, and will take a lead in the series. But he had to work for it. Did have to work for it. It all came down to the initial Link Flood, if you recall. The Link Flood killed also 23 SCVs. 23 SCVs went down at the start of the game, and unfortunately, Vindicta, he just could not recover from there. He almost did. He did have his own moments. He was able to turtle up, get a 4th base, able to even have a big counterattack as well. Took some very efficient fights, but he could not overcome just the amount of bases and the amount of economy that Eon had. Could not surpass that in the end. GG, well played. With that, Eon takes the lead, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. I do need a moment, though. Again, I do need to try to fix my stream deck, so un momento. Is it fixed? Let's go. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. If you're in the chat, does it work? Are predictions not working? Did they already close? Maybe. So I'm just trying to fix up some things. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. If you're in the chat, there we go. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. I apologize for not having predictions open for the first game, but they're now open for the rest of the series. Oh boy. Sorry, just Stream Deck dying on me for a moment there, but should be fixed. Is fixed, is back, and now we're getting into game numero 2. Let's go. Let's dive into our series. Let's embrace it. And let's see if we can head into an ace match. I'm here for it. Let's go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Frostline, we have the American Terran player, the Red Terran representing the Platinum Heroes. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Vindicta. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Costa Rican Zerg player, the purple Zerg representing Team License to Kill, LTK. It is Eon. Let's go. Now we can focus on our games. So I do apologize, but there we go. Everything is working as intended, and we can now focus on our series. Also, I did notice Baby Marine in the chat. Este Baby Marine. Did not sign up in time or did forget to check in. So Este Baby Marine, shaking my head. But hope to see you next time. Hope to see you next time. Again, this is a bi-weekly tournament. Every 2 weeks we do host the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. We also have the Sparkling Tuna Cup as well, which has been moved to Wednesdays. It was yesterday or last night, I guess. Last night or this morning, depending on where you are in the world. We did have Sparkling Tuna Cup. We also have the Tenacious Turtle Tussle as well. So we're settling in. Also, a big shout out to Mark BT, as Mark is the main sponsor of this event, of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. Thanks to that, we actually have a boosted prize pool. It's quite a lot of money on the line. Also, top 4 get paid out as well. So, much love to Mark. Gah, baby, gah. From here, though, Hatchcats will stand open out of Eon, bearing in mind that last game Eon did go for a gasless opener, but a big reason for that is because of the map itself, is because of King's Cove, which does lean towards that, does allow Zerg players to get away with that earlier, or with that kind of trim defense by cutting corners and skipping link speed and defending with purely queens. Here on Frostline, it's not quite as possible. The reason for that is the 3rd base is a lot further away and is a little more exposed as well. The 3rd and 4th bases are very spread apart here compared to on King's Cove. Much more difficult to defend, much more, again, spread out, and does cause you to be more spread thin. So Eon this time should be embracing link speed. There we go. Link speed is on the way. Does pull out a gas, so no early Bailiness or no early Roach Warren, nothing too crazy like that. Not this time. Eon is settling into his game. Meanwhile, we do have an SV block here at the triangular 3rd, forcing Eon elsewhere. Drone is getting caught out. One worker goes out, and good start here for Vindicta. Picks up a drone. Oh, pulls away. Going for another worker, doesn't quite get it. Migs will pull back, but he is containing Eon on 2 bases. There is no 3rd. And Migs, he confirms, no backup hatchery towards the north. Dance against these links as well. Picking another ling off. Behind this, Mig's going for his factory. Should be going for a third TC, I would imagine. We'll keep an eye on that production tab. As Migs, he does dive into the main. Threading the mineral line. Does confirm the gas saturation. So nice scout there by Migs. I mean, again, if you contain a Zerg player on 2 bases, it is the chances are quite high that a Roach Form would be thrown down. So he did check, confirms only 1 drone mining. So he should be feeling safe and sound. Rotates over, gets eyes on now. The third is being taken, but Eon is going for a Ling Flood. Eon, he cuts workers early on. Joining up to 27, and he's committing. Link Speed kicks in, takes down the Reaper, and the rest of the Lings have not been scouted. They've yet to be scouted here. The turtle, La Tortuga. As Lings, they move out across the map. Hellions moving out as well. They do miss each other. But there are queens to defend, and I don't know if I can say the same back at home from Vindicta. Hellions, they dive into the main. Queens are keeping up. Drones are going to get roasted, though. Again, no Lings back at home. It's going to be 3 drones going down. At the same time, Lings, they get across the map. They get us around. Oh, they try to. Nice kiting here by Migs, but Lings, they get into the middle line. SCVs are going down, and this is getting out of hand. Ooh, going to be 6 SCV kills so far. Oh, no. And alas, they are trapped. Did I say 6? We're getting to 7, getting up to 10. 10 SCVs falling. Ay, ay, ay. Migs will clean this up. He was able to kill 4 drones across the map. I mean, that is some damage. But is it enough? As Zeon, he makes another surge of Lings. Rotating over towards the right-hand side. Ready to dive into the natural once again. Ready for another run by. I mean, he has the Overlord to tell him if there's ever a move out. Speaking of, Banshee does move out across the map. I mean, we saw how much damage Migs was able to accomplish last game. And he's going for not just Banshees, but he's going for an armory. What does that mean? Hellbats. Hellbats are on the way. Migs, he's committed on 2 bases. He opted to go for a Starport and Armory before 3rd TC. So very aggressive, very committed. Lings, they do hit the natural, but this time there are Hellions back at home. And this time, Migs will defend. Yeah, the Lings, they do nothing. They get maybe 1 mule. Oh, they get 1 mule, but they don't even get a Hellion. So better defense here by Migs. Oh, sorry, got 1 Hellion. 1 Hellion for 16 Lings. We'll be able to repair. Eon behind this, building up more Lings. Do you see what I see? I see no Bailey Nest, no Roach Warren. Only Ling Queen. And even then, what's the Queen count looking like? Only 4. 4 Queens and Lings against what? Against Hellbats. Zerg players, look away. Look away, Papi, look away, because the Hellbats are waddling in, and they're just going to roast up the Lings. Lings, they cannot touch this. They cannot touch this army. Remember, there are only 4 queens, 2 queens at the natural, 1 at the 3rd, 1 in the main. Third queen does come down. And the Hellbats are getting into the mineral line. Lings get roasted, drones getting roasted as well. Oof. Queen's being targeted down. He gets 1. He gets 1 queen. He's going for the others. Oh my god, massive shots going up. Gets 3 queens and the mineral line. And again, Eon, he was not ready for this. He was not expecting this. He had no idea. Hellbats get cleaned up, but they got 17 drones. And just like that, Vindicta gets another queen, and he takes a worker lead. Eon going for a counterattack. Migs, he has a full wall, and he has Hellions. He has Hellions set up behind this. Banshees, they catch another queen. Is that every queen? There's 1 queen left. There's one. The scan into the main reveals a Spire. Vindicta, he knows, he's aware of the mutas. Aware of the potential mutas, I should say. And Migs is just securing himself. Looking solid, walling up, taking gases. Throwing down extra Raxes as well. 3rd CC is done. Ooh, Eon going for a Drop Lord into the main. Let's go. Okay. Thinking outside the box. This has potential, especially if Migs moves out. But once again, though, he is, for the most part, prepared back at home. As the Drop Lord is dipping in. Migs, he has no vision.
Command center upgraded.
No vision in the main. Banshee hits the main as well. Gets across the map. Gets 1 drone. 1 drone goes down. Lings, they hit the mineral line. Oh, getting 3 SCVs. That's okay damage, but the Banshee gets 2 drones across the map, so let's go. It's about to get 3 as well. Still only 1 queen. 1 queen among 3 bases. Not enough. The Banshee has free reign. Gets 6 drones. Mutas are in production. Lings are moving out. But again, the mutas got scattered. And we even have a Thor on the way. Ah, the Thor. It's soon to be here. More drone kills. Lings are moving out for their drop. Mutas soon to hit the field. It's going to be 4 mutas here for for Eon. Gets the Banshee. Does get the Banshee in the end. And we have to drop back into the main. Migs out of position. He has some reinforcements. He's going to have the Thor. Okay, he has to respond. Turning back around. And not bad. Buying time. Lings, they get 2 SCVs. They get the turret as well. That allows mutas to do more damage. But here comes a counterattack. Migs, he didn't turn around with everything. He's moving out across the map. Changeling does confirm. And can Eon hold with 1-1 Lings and with 0-0 mutas? How many mutas? 5, sorry. 5. Crazy. Now Migs, he only has 16 Marines. So he could be surrounded. Oh, nice kiting here out of Migs. Kites back, shuts down the Lings. Is forced to pick up. Forced to pick up, forced to pull away. Reinforcements still making their way across the map. Now with the help of Hellbats, with the help of the Marines of the Thor, Migs, he can just keep pushing. He can snowball out of control from here. He's moving out. Oh. Gets 2 Banshees. Nice kiting there out of Eon. But this army is just so fragile. It's just so incredibly fragile here. He cannot fight this head on. He has to try though. Goes for the dive. Thor volley's going up. And the Zergami melts. The Zergami, it just evaporates, Pappy. Vindicta snowballs out of control. GG. Vindicta ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. Let's go. We're going all the way to game 3. And we'll see how this story ends. And we'll see what map we spawn in on. That's the big question here. Where are we headed? Where are we dropping? Game 1 was King's Cove. Game 2, Frostline. Game 3, do we have another large map? Do we go for something crazy like Abyssal or a Neon Violet Square? What made it through the beaters? I'm curious. I'm curious. So we are getting ready. Just catching up with the chat. They worked. Hello, Darking. Hello. Sorry, I wasn't able to shout out in the chat earlier, but shout out to Darking in the chat. Zihatsu, Kalasi as well. Senor Sadsak, it's been a while. Good to see you all. Flipper Flapjack as well. Shooting in for the plushies. Always. I still need a new photo. I need a new photo with my plushies. Because now I have the Marines. I have like Patches and Stitches. Oh, sorry. Patches and Crackhead. That's it. I've got the Marines. I have the Overlord as well. The Overlord. Or the newer ones. One day. As we have the answer to our question here, the final game is going to be on Ultra Love. Oh boy. Could be loading on in. Meanwhile, shout out to Flipper Flapjack in the chat. Papi, thank you so much for resubscribing for 4 months. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. I do appreciate it. Enjoy your emotes. Enjoy your ducklings. Quack. Beautiful. So here we go. We're getting into the final game of the series. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the American Terran player, the Red Terran representing the Platinum Heroes. Fighting back, forcing the ace match. Can he go all the way? It is Vindicta. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Costa Rican Zerg player, the Purple Zerg, representing Team License to Kill, LTK. It is Eon. We go. As we have seen some unique or more varied builds so far in this series. Remember, Game 1, Eon went gasless. Game 2, standard opener into a Link Flood. Likewise, Vindicta did mix it up as well, going for that Hellbat push, that Hellbat counterattack, and again, it worked wonders, as Eon did end up skipping further tech. Remember, no Bailey Nest, no Roaches, it was purely Link Queen, and even then, the Queen count was very low, so Vindicta, he snowballed out of control with this push. But I feel like it's one of those things, it's one of those builds that you do whip out once in a series. I don't expect another Hellbat push here in the Ace match. So we'll see. We'll see what Migs is cooking. But now just going for a standard opener. Likewise, so is Eon. Going hatch pool. Hello. Where's the gas? We saw this in game 1, and we're seeing it again here in game number 3. It is going to be a hatch pool, hatch opener. Eon is going gasless once again. He's going for a gasless opener. Now, what I will say, on the one hand, this makes somewhat sense here on Ultra Love, just because your natural and your third base are very defendable. The reason for this, your natural has a ramp coming into it, not as narrow, not as thin as on King's Cove, but still very defendable nonetheless. Likewise, the third base has these choke points as well, likewise points of elevation, so rotating between the bases is not impossible here for Eon, but I do think there is potential for harassment. I do think there is potential that Vindicta can try to abuse this and try to take advantage of this. SCV Scout comes in, Migs, he confirms no gas. Confirms no gases. Now, typically what Clem does in this situation, they've been quite vocal about it. If you've been watching Clem versus Cyril at EWC and even Clem versus Cyril at Home Story Cup as well, you will know that once Clem confirms this, he is hyper aggressive with Hellions. Clem often goes 1-1-1, skips his third TC, makes extra Hellions, and then dives in, and if he can get past the Queens, then he can just roast up a mineral line for free. It's crazy. I'm curious how Migs responds though. Does he also go for a delayed third base, or does he just go for a standard macro opener? It can be risky because if you're not too confident with your Hellion control and with your, determination of whether you can get into a mineral line, and if you don't do enough damage, then you can fall behind. There it is, 1-1-1. Let's go. 1-1-1 out of Vindicta. He sees and he confirms the greed of Eon, and he's going to try and punish it. His goal here is to punish. They should be making excess Hellions. And again, the goal is to punish the lack of Link speed. Remember, no Link speed, only Roaches to defend. Sorry, only Queens to defend. Into Roaches eventually. So Hellion's going to be amassing. So far, Eon is just freely droning. He's droning up, spreading creep. There's the add-on solve for the Banshee production. Overlord is denied. And Eon has no idea. He has no idea what's going on. He does not scout the main. Here comes the army. Back at home, Roach Warren has been placed. Reaper checks the main. And we'll get a drone, not bad. Gets one worker. But that is Link speed on the way. That is a bit of a tell here, as already Hellions, they dive in. This is a little bit soon. 3 drone kills so far. It does feel a little bit premature. It does scout Link speed. Oh, nice control here with the Hellions. Oh, taking out 7 drones. They line up. Very nice control. 7 drone kills. Both Hellions do fall. But remember, that was only 2 Hellions. And we have 2 more hitting the third. Once again, just denying mining. Once again, just abusing the lack of links to defend. 8 drone kills so far. Not bad. But now Roaches are soon to arrive. Oh my god, this is committed. Meanwhile, Migs, we could even see an armory with this, but we are rushing into early Marauder production, early stim. We're getting ready here for a very early move out. A third CC is on the way, so it's not an all-in, but still very committed. Meanwhile, Soul Hellion dives in, gets a full scout, doesn't really get much damage. But Migs does have the worker lead. And Eon's getting ready for that Banshee defense. You have a Sport the natural, Sport in the main. Soon to be a Sport the third base. There's no saturation though. Not yet. Banshees are staying back at home. You see Eon getting ready to apply some pressure with the Roach Ravager Ling. Eon is still teching. He's taking into a lair. But he's reinforcing with 14 Lings. And we'll see if he gets scouted. Migs moves out, and up! He does come across the army. A big scout for Migs. Bergs down the Roaches. He'll get one, he'll get two. Thankfully, Eon does hide the Ravagers. They are safe. But the roaches are being hunted down. Oof. Getting all three roaches. Ravagers, they dive in. They try to knock down the front door. The boys are pulled. The bunker is repaired. And Mix holds. He holds. The Ravagers are falling. Expensive losses here for Eon. Gets 2 SCVs with a mile, but that's not worth it. That is not worth it. Mix defends. Eon is down to 37 workers. A very low drone count for the Zerg player. Again, Eon, he chose not to re-drone because he's been making so many... Jesus. He's been making so many lings. That's a lot of lings, man. Ay, ay, ay. Banshees, they catch a queen. They get one. No transfuse. Overseers are on the way. And again, these lings could have been drones. We could have had full 3-base saturation. Eon chose otherwise. Migs, he checks for a 4th. There is none. Lings move out for a counterattack. Back at home, what is it to defend? So far, still a full wall. But the army is moving out. Uh-oh. Banshees, they hit the main. Lings are revealed. Banshees, they get another queen. Oh, yeah. They get a second queen. They're going for a 3rd. They want it. They're going to get it. Oh, my God. Spore doing a lot of damage. They trade 1 Banshee for a queen. But that was still 2 queens. And Migs, he gets across the map. But there's that plethora of lings here to defend. Yeah, the swarm is here. The drop is deflected. Eon holds. But Eon is all in. Like, again, Eon, he still only has 8 drones at the 3rd base, 41 workers. I mean, that's less than 2 base economy. Ay. So Eon, he has some catching up to do. And Migs, he's snowballing a bit out of control here. Getting up in army supply thanks to his economy. Double jump into the main. Double jump towards the left-hand side. Going for a split push. And he does get into the mineral line. Oh, so far though, the lings, they do deter. Lings are going to go down. Hydras are exposed. Doesn't quite get them. He gets one. One Hydra goes down. He's going to get the other as well. Meanwhile, the drop on the left-hand side was deflected. And Vendetta, he doesn't get too many workers, but he still out-trades his opponents. That was 28 lings going down. 5 workers in total, 2 Hydras. Insane damage. And Migs, now his 3rd base is fully saturated, still maintaining that economic advantage. And Eon is trying to get into his Roach Hydra. Oh, the Medivacs! No! Oh my God. That was so close. Eon trying to be cheeky, papi. Doesn't quite get under the Medivacs. Need to escape. Migs is holding on. Shuts down the lings. And he will even focus on the Hydras as well. Not bad. Will loses Marines, but Medivacs, they do escape. They make it back home. And Migs is gearing up for his eventual move out. For his dedicated push. This entire time he's been going for drop play, but the main army will soon move out. Speaking of. Does leave his tanks back at home. They are set up at the 3rd. Likewise, Eon's still resaturating. Getting his 4th expansion. Migs moving out. Does stim in. He wants the hatchery. Oh, can he get it? He can. He can, and he will. It's going to be a cancel on the expansion. Picks up, drops into the main. Roach Hydra is not the most mobile army. Trying to keep up. And it's being torn apart. It's going for the main. Oh, no shot. Friends, the main base doesn't quite get it, thankfully. Eon holds. Eon does hold on. Oh, the flanking Hydras. Up. Can he get one? Full medevac. Gets one, gets 2. Very nicely done here. Good positional play by Eon. Catching at the drop. He still wants the other. Doesn't quite get it, though. Eon, he's fighting back, but alas, still the delayed economy here for the majority of this game is really hurting him. And he cannot fight this. Not in a head-on fight. Not without spellcaster support. Whether it's Vipers or Infestors, he needs something. Not just pure Roach Hydra. Does that concave? Not bad. Vindicta forcing his way in. Reinforcements from behind. Not the cleanest trade from Migs, but he will still clean this up. Takes out every single Hydra. Oh my god. The turtle is so dirty. Oh, scrub him down, Baki. Oh my god. That turtle, he's seen some things. Jesus. It was a massacre. The Hydras went down, and GG Vindicta. He will take the series 2-1. Will advance on to the quarterfinals. GG. Congratulations, Migs. He will take it. Will advance on. A very intense back and forth. Shout out to Eon. Again, as I often say, it's one of those things where you don't make a good series with only one strong player, but with two strong players. And both Eon and Vindicta, they were quite competitive with each other. Very intense, very back and forth. In the end, Migs did take it, but shout out to Eon, as he did put on quite a show here in the first round. Does go down, but I hope to see more of Eon in the future, in the next Turtle Tussle. I'm sure. With that, congratulations, Migs will advance on to the next round. And does he have an opponent? We are here to find out. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. Let's switch our scenes over and catch up. Okay, here we go. We have the entirety of the round of 16 wrapping up. Let's zoom in a little bit. I'm blind. Okay, there we go. We have Migs takes down Eon 2-1. And Gerald takes down Zertanis 2-0 as well. So we have our next round. We have our next series. It's going to be Miguelito Vindicta versus Gerald in the round of 8 in the quarterfinals. Vetoes are underway, and of course we'll be following them into the next series. Heading on over, we have Ryung. Ryung takes down Hatsul 2-0. uThermal takes down Flexi 2-0 as well, and we have Yakov versus uThermal facing off in the quarterfinals as well. Honestly, every single quarterfinals match, it's spicy, baby. It's spicy. Best of luck to Yakov and uThermal. Scrolling on over, we have Shameless. Shameless takes down Dark Lorax 2-0. Nickrak takes down Gref, and now we have Nickrak versus Shameless in the quarterfinals. And we have the final series there on top of the bracket. Rebellion takes down Lunacy 2-0, and we have Rebellion versus the tuna himself. Not the turtle, he's the tuna. Ryung. The tuna Terran. Let's go. Ryung, I believe, making his debut in this tournament. I believe he has not competed in Tenacious Turtle Tussle in the past, but he is here this time, this week. Do love to see it. One day we'll get the tuna in the tuna. One day Ryung will play in Sparkling Tuna Cup. One day, papi. What? He has signed up before, he just never checked in. Smooch. But at least we have him here. As we are getting ready here for our next series. Again, will be Gerald versus Vindicta. Un momento. Here we go. As a reminder as well, both semifinals will be casted. Oh, are we good? It's kind of weird. If you're curious, I just got disconnected from a BattleNet. I just got disconnected. Kind of weird. Okay, we're back. BattleNet, please let me in. Just letting the players know what is going on. Beautiful. But yeah, we have our round of 8 underway. Honestly, some really good matches. I'm a little bit envious. I would love to cast every single one. Ryung versus Rebellion, Shameless versus Nickrat, Young Yakov versus uThermal, and Gerald versus Vindicta. But as I just mentioned, both semifinals are going to be casted, so we're going to be following our players into the lower semis, and we'll catch the upper semifinals as well. So don't you worry, we at least have those matches secure to be casted. At least to have those matches. Catching up in the chat. By the way, uThermal's playing Terran versus Yakov. Ooh, good to know. Good to know. Again, uThermal, whenever he competes in tournaments, he often does compete as Terran. He very rarely nowadays plays random. He did play random like at the start of the year for like a couple of weeks. I should say like last season in WTL. But then he switched to purely Terran. Did switch to Terran. Excuse me? Migs needs to tap in Sad Sack. For some reason, I thought that your comment said he needs to tap into Sad Sack for the next round. And I was very confused. I was like, oh no, what's happening? What's happening in the chat? He loved it though. Wipe me down. Oh no, the turtle. Meanwhile, we just got an update. Nick takes down Shameless 2-0. Nick, he's waiting for the winner of Ryung and Rebellion in the semifinals. Because of that, most likely after we wrap up this series, we'll be jumping into the upper semifinals next. Just because there's a high chance that they're going to be ready first. But we'll see. We shall see. They play round one. Yeah. Oh, good. Hello, Walrus Jutsu. Hello. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the YouTube uploads. It's nice to not have to stay up till 5 a.m. to see your cast. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Yes. If you're curious, we do upload on YouTube on a daily basis. The uploads on YouTube are, I think they're behind by 3 weeks now, I think. It's less than a month. I think it's behind by less than a month. Which is really cool. We have been catching up on those YouTube uploads. But fun fact, we do upload Alima League a little bit faster. Because we don't stream Alima League here on Twitch, we do prioritize Alima League uploads. So if you missed out on Alima League, which was 2 days ago at this point, I believe it should be uploaded tomorrow. I'll have to double check. I think it should be on YouTube tomorrow. For those that do wish to embrace it. Yeah, tomorrow. Otherwise, we might just go on a short break here. Just because our players, they need a little bit more time to get set up. So take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, get ready for the night to come, as we still have a lot of matches ahead of us. See you guys in a couple of minutes. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the quarterfinals of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle number 24. Hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OST as we have returned with our TVP. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Neon Violet Square, we have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. That is not the Streamer Zone logo. My apologies. I will fix that. I'll get all over that. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Terran player. The American Terran, the blue Terran representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Vindicta. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Get your gambit going because predictions are open. Place your bets on who you believe will claim the series. Will go the way of Migs or Gerald, the Terran or the Protoss. We're here to find out. We're here to find out here again. Gerald, he has been improving so much over the past couple of years. It's great to see him joining a new team as well. He was on Psystorm for such a long time, but did recently join Streamer Zone. Streamer Zone, of course, picking up a lot of players and supporting them quite well. Gerald even able to represent them recently at Home Story Cup, which was great to see. On the flip side though, Migs, he has also been active once again. Nowadays, he's less of a full-time committed pro player, but has still been dedicating a lot of time to competing, to playing, to streaming as well, to his YouTube channel, of course. Plenty of good content on his YouTube, and we'll see how he compares to Gerald. Here we go. For now, he does scout, it does check for a proxy here at the third location. Going for an economic opener, single gas, going for a Rax into expansion. So CC on the low ground is going to be thrown down. Likewise, Gerald's going for a gate cyber expand as well. Now, when it comes to openers, this does make plenty of sense, going for something more economic. The reason for this, one, welcome one and all to Neon Violet Square. It has been many years. You know, it's like we're back in 2017. It's crazy. We're full of hope. Blizzard is still supporting the game. You know, we have WCS Premier League. We got GSL. We got good times. But yeah, we're back here in Neon Violet Square. Very large map. Very large map. Likewise, we have a pocket base as well here as a potential third or a fourth. Very easy to actually stabilize and get into a 3-base economy as a result. Likewise, the fourth base as well, also quite fortifiable, quite defendable, thanks to the terrain, thanks to the ramps, thanks to the choke points as well. So this is one of the maps where we can embrace the mid game and the late game quite easily. Meanwhile, the Reaper does get across the map. Oh! Chipping away at the initial shield battery, nothing too major. And Gerald should be able to respond as the Stalker is soon to pop. And will defend. Smudge. Smudge, Matthew, smudge. Oh god, as a Vindicta, he does get out. The force field's a little bit misplaced. So Migs, he does escape. Oh, it was back before the Terran Council ruled the world. Ah no. Neon Violet Square. But we're getting into our 1-1-1. Rax into factory to starport here from Vindicta. Likewise, Gerald's back at home, just securing himself. Didn't quite get the Reaper, but overall, he's just looking quite solid here. Getting his natural up and running. Backup gateway. Blink is on the way, as it is a Twilight Council opener. Just so far, so good. Everything looking as it should. Oh! As Reaper doesn't get in. Doesn't quite get in. Gerald's going for a 2-gate blink opener into a third. A very fast third base here out of Gerald. Very economic. And again, this is something you just can't get away with on Neon Violet Square. The greed is real. It's all about that game of greed. We'll see when and if Vindicta throws down his own third TC. As so far, Gerald just getting away with cutting corners. You know, he's down to 2 units, but he has a third. Robo's now on the way. And he's gearing up towards the mid-game. And he's looking to be in quite a solid economic position. Meanwhile, Migs following this up with a mine drop. Only a single Widow mine. Not very committed, but it is spotted by the hallucination. It's spotted. And Gerald, he can move in position as well. Has plenty of time to reinforce his main. And to respond. Bold move. Gerald, he moves out with the Stalkers. Okay, we'll get a couple of shots off, but that means they're not in the main base. Okay, we do have a warp in, 1 Stalker. And the army will rotate. And the medevac will be, just chilling here outside the main. Meanwhile, Migs, he does pull some of the boys. Okay, very committed. He's getting his 3rd CC on location, but a very committed move out nonetheless. We have, what do we have? We have Marines, vanilla Marines, no upgrades, no stim. 1 tank is moving out as well. As the army does funnel through the Pachinko machine. Let's go. And we'll see what Vendetta can achieve here. He can threaten the natural, maybe go for the pylon. It's very ambitious. Gerald is distracted. He has 6 soldiers to defend with Blink. Does dive in. Force field not quite able to wall off. Ooh. SCVs are going to go down. Tank is targeted. The tank falls. Without the tank, there's nothing here. Migs, he has to back off. The tank was the backbone of the army. It's no longer there. Gerald chasing him down. Oh, the tank. Oh, tank shot going up. And Gerald will back off. Will retreat. Meanwhile, in the midst of all that, Liberator to get into the main. 4 probe kills, not bad. 4 workers go down, but Migs did lose a tank, and as a result, even though he does get 4 workers, Gerald still has a massive economic advantage. He's got up to 60 probes, 3 base saturation. Gateways are finishing up, Colossus production has begun. So far, Gerald, he's looking primed to embrace the mid-game here, even peeling off, even shaving off some of those Marines. And Migs, he's stuck at home. Now, thankfully, he can expand, and his 3rd base is left untouched, thankfully. So he's maintaining himself, but he's contained. He's stuck at home. And from here, Gerald can just take a 4th. And he will. He can and he will take a 4th base. And again, Gerald, he can just save the poker base for later. There's no need, there's no reason to expand here in this southern location if he doesn't need to. And there's the 4th. So Gerald just maintaining his advantage. Likewise, Migs gearing up and getting up to his 5-rack setup. Stim, Viking production. I mean, everything here is looking solid, but the problem is that he's still, again, stuck at home. He will eventually break out once all these upgrades kick in. Then he can take a 4th, and we might just head into a macro game from there. Or he might commit. Here we go. 4 CCs on the way. Is expanding. Well, that means picture tense, Pappy. Picture tense. Migs, he's getting ready to expand. To turtle up, I would imagine. Scans across map, sees the 4th base of Gerald. Which is finishing up. And I appreciate that Gerald, again, there's no, like, real rush here for Gerald. He's just taking. He's just taking up. He's up to 3 Colossus. What's next? Temple Archives. Temple Archives into Storm, Archons, Charge Loss +1. 4 base saturation. Gerald likewise taking it slow. Again, there's no pressure on Gerald to try to push up the ramp into the 3rd. Or into the natural. There is no rush. Gerald, he does confirm the 4th CC with the hallucination. He sees the tank setup. And Gerald, he rotates. Is now being active. And now this is going to be the main point of contention. Unlike the natural, here there's no ramp, right? There's no high ground advantage here for Vindicta. It is more wide open as well, more accessible. And Gerald, he's moving in. Oh! Does move in, cashes out some stray units. Likewise, massive warp in into the main. Vikings, they shut down the prism, but not before the warp in. Massive warp in here. Zelce busts into the mineral line. They came for the production. And here comes Gerald. Oh, that is line of 5 tanks, though. Jesus. That's a lot of tanks. Massive tank shots going up. Zelts go down, but at the same time, Zelts wreak havoc in the main. So Vindicta, he holds on to his 4th, but the main base is under fire. Add-ons going down, catching out a ghost as well. Gerald rotating over. I do like this. Vindicta not quite in position. And Gerald, he can just go straight for the natural. Tanks are not here. Yeah, the tanks have to unsiege. Colossus, they have the ramp. As Gerald, he's making his way into the main. Gets a ghost. He can't always recall, but he's getting surrounded. Gerald, can he break through? Oh, does force field, just barely. One Colossus goes down, two Colossus, and Gerald, he might just lose everything here. And he's gonna have to recall. So far, trading decently well. Another Colossus falls, he's gonna lose everything. He'll lose every single Colossus. Gerald, he does get to 12 SCVs, but at a cost. I mean, that was good economic damage, true. There's the recall. Oh, does he save it? Does not save the Colossus. And back at home, what does Gerald have? Now, he still has an economy. He's still on 4 base saturation, getting the gold base as well. 80 probes, he has an insane economy. What about the army? Gateway units, Zealots and Stalkers. He has, oh my god, speaking of gateway units, gee, that's a lot of storm. He's fine, Pappy, he's fine. Now, he did lose all the Colossus, and replacing Robo units takes a long time. It takes a long time to replace Immortals, Colossus, Disruptors. But what doesn't take a long time is High Templar. Just warp them in, and they're good to go. Especially with the NG overcharge. So storms are ready. Of course, this army is vulnerable to EMPs, true. EMPs can shut this down. But Gerald, he maintains a supply lead. He's moving out. And Migs is still trying to recover from those earlier losses. It's one of those things where, sure, Gerald lost his army, but he could afford to lose the army. Vendetta less so. Mark's being knocked down. That's going to be at least 4 storms. Oh, boy. Nice tank positioning, though. Siege line pops off. Warp isn't back to the... Oh, the warp is denied! Let's go! This time it is denied. Vendetta, he's holding. He's holding on, Pappy. Supplies are evening up. Makes this supply block, though. That will slow him down. Has to break out of the supply block. Lib in towards the third. Not bad. Getting 4 probes. Main army pushing in. Where are the EMPs? Oh, first storm will zone. Grazes the army. 7 probes going down. Migs trying to chase this back. Oh, EMP on the Archon. Not bad. Meanwhile, the High Templar. Wait, were they caught out? No shot. Oh my god. I did miss that, but the High Templar, they did go down. Zealots, but they come in from behind. They collapse on the tanks. Massive move. Tanks go down. Planetary does hold. Migs taking a supply lead here. Takes down the Archons. Archons go down. Stalkers as well. I do apologize. I did miss it, but apparently of those 4 High Templar, they did get picked off. At least 3 of them did. And Migs, he's breaking out. He does have the supply. Send it, Pappy. He's scared. He sees the gold. He has to stop it. He has to do something about the gold base. But he doesn't have enough. He's consolidating his army. Gerald taking... What is this? Like a 6th expansion? Jesus. The base count is insane. As he's working towards Disruptors. Gerald's building back up. Vendetta is still licking his wounds. Has a decent ghost count. Did lose all of his tanks earlier. Bear that in mind. So his defensive position isn't as strong as it once was. Gerald's army is not spotted. Vendetta out of position. Gerald going for the production. Gets both tech labs. Gets a broader. Nice EMP. He goes off. At the same time, a Zealot Archon counterattack getting set up from behind. Heading straight for the production, catching a tank. 1 tank goes down, massive pickup. Disruptors coming in. Storms and Novas, they don't quite connect. Nice moves here so far from Vendetta. Getting trying to defend on 2 fronts, gets an EMP off, and he holds. And for the first time all game, supply lead. For the first time all game, Vendetta does take a supply lead. He's crazy. Storms, they once again graze the army. Nice splits out of Migs. Does split well. And again, Gerald, has he lost too much? Losing the Colossus earlier, losing all the High Templar earlier as well. These have been expensive losses. High Templar morphing in. So 4 more High Templar. He has 1 Storm thanks to the overcharge. Gerald's moving forward. Meg's still just trying to survive. I do think he could have been a little bit more assertive here. Like, after that initial defense, I think he could have counterattacked. But so far, Meg's playing it safe. Ooh. Bleeds out a ghost. Nice EMP. Does catch 2 High Templar. Gerald once again diving into the main. There is a Viking in position. Can he get the warp in? He's going for the pocket base. And it looks like the warp in will complete. Yeah, this time it will. Prism goes down, warp in completes. Meanwhile, the main army collapses on the 4th. Never goes up. Up. The splits though. Oh my god. The splits, Pappy. Avoids it over. But the Zealous is still wreaking havoc. Again, this warp in was huge. Meg's getting torn apart. Storm zoning. Liberator goes down. Meg will lose 5 SCVs. Only 5. Only 5 workers go down. Makes he defends. Cleans up the army. Holds onto the front line. Does get supply blocked. Did lose a couple of depots here at the pocket base. That will stop Meg from remaxing. Meanwhile, Gerald still maintaining his position. Moving out. Meg's going into a second starport into live range. The freedom, it's coming, Pappy, it's coming. The freedom. Meanwhile, Gerald, he has 3 storms, or soon to have 3 storms. DT counter towards left hand side. That's a lot of DTs. Oh my god. That's a lot of Dark Templar. That's 10. Nova goes up. Is there detection? There is. Migs, he scanned earlier. He saw the Dark Templar. He's aware. He does rotate. Splits up his army. DT's going for the dive. They have blink. Oh. And then dive in. But not quite. They blink away. Thankfully, does blink away. Recall towards the southern expansion. Migs finally moving out. And Vex are exposed. Oh. They do get away. Migs, he does find the Dark Templar, just barely. He'll bleed out 2 ghosts in the process. Not a clean trade. He does find the Dark Templar. Scans ahead of time, does catch 2 of them. 1 DT survives. Nice cleanup here by Migs. And this double drop will force supply to be pinned back at home. 4 Stalkers at the 6th base, 3 in the main. That's good enough for Migs. Meanwhile, Gerald, he does rotate. Army gets spotted. You can see how awkward it is to rotate between the bases here for Migs. Storms here in the middle line. 7 SCVs go down. Nova Light Quest connecting with the Ghost. Again, Migs having a hard time reinforcing. We'll defend though. We'll hold. Gerald taking another expansion. Jesus. He's got his entire half of the map. Migs going for the gold. When the Prism runs into the turrets, random turrets, I mean, they pay off. Do pay off in the end. Prism goes down. Army pushing in. Oh. Has to traverse the Pachinko machine. Has to make his way through massive storm. Oh my god. The best connection we've seen so far. Oh, the Archons are getting trapped. Oh god. The squares are deadly. Be careful. Stay out of the squares, Pappy. Your shape is a triangle. So now Geralt, he does pull away. Has a lot of DTs in this army. You don't fit. And both armies are maxed. Both armies are maxed out at this point. It's a lot of EMPs though. EMPs, they blanket the army. Catching up the Archons. There's 1 storm. Speaking of, storm goes up. Nice connection. Massive DT counterattack coming in once again. And this time there's no army in position. There is a Liberator. There is a Planetary. They go for the dive. Not a lot of surface area though. But the Planetary will still go down. And massive pickup. Planetary falls. Again, I do like the reduced surface area on it, but still, DTs, they just do so much damage. Now, at least Vendetta, he has the gold, so that does make up for it. Losing the expansion, but he has the gold base. Likewise, Vendetta, he is super maxed. He's down to 65 workers, 65 SCVs. So he has a lower worker count, but he makes up for it with a larger army. As the scan does reveal the army of Gerald. Does rotate. Takes down the Liberator. Going for the CC. Makes, he's not quite ready for this. That's the MPs though. They throw Geralt away. Too soon. Geralt taking more expansions. Taking more bases. But again, I mean, this also just displays like the big feature of Neon Violet Square and some of these other maps in the map as well. It's a large map, it's also a very defendable map. Like, Vendetta, he's just been playing full defense the entire game. And he's been holding. He's been difficult to break. Expanding from here can be difficult for Vendetta, but for now he is holding on. Moving out with his army, trying to set up a surround. Oh. Setting up the surround. DTs, they do attempt to waddle in. Storm going up. One Colossus goes down, and he collapses in. He commits. He has freedom. Massive EPs on the Archons. At the same time, DTs, they do take down a tank. But Geralt, he's running out of DTs. They're being cleared out over time. No storms! And no storms. Massive EMPs. Zealots, they do trade somewhat well. Vikings forced to land. And Mixie will take this fight. He will take it. Not the cleanest fight, but he does take it nonetheless. Massive wave of Zealot reinforcements coming in. These two DTs, they're putting in the work. They're doing what they can. And they kill 17 SCVs. Ay, ay, ay. It's actually forcing Vendetta all the way back home. He's racing back for 2 Dark Templar. Army comes in. Takes down more SCVs. Migs, he's hurting. He's hurting. Finally, the Dark Templar go down. Geralt, he's maxed out. Migs no longer. Yeah, he has no bank. He has no bank. He needs another expansion. He needs resources. He's down to 46 SCVs. And I think Geralt has done it. I think he's finally done it. He's just whittled Vendetta down over time. Random Disruptor does walk in. And again, Migs was playing this so well for so long. Ay, ay, ay. Medevac falls. Migs trying to take another expansion. He does need it. And Geralt, he's rotating. He's rotating over. What does he go for? Oh. Liberator's repositioned. The gold base is exposed. And he collapses on the gold. Yeah, Migs is not quite ready for this. We do have some nukes across the map. Planetary goes down. Geralt, he's running away with this here. The nukes, they will connect. Up, 1 and 2. Nukes, they pop up. They take down 29 pros. Alas, that would have been amazing earlier. Like, the problem here is that look at the bank. Geralt, he has 6k, 6k. Now 4k, 6k as he makes 20 zealots. Jesus. Warps in a massive wave of zealots. But Geralt, he can sustain himself. Despite losing all those probes, it doesn't matter. As he's making his way towards the natural, towards the planetary, blinks in. Planetary will fall. Just with a purely gateway army at this point. And it's going to be enough to overwhelm Vindicta. Migs, he played well, Pat. He played well. I mean, if he's able to buy a little bit more time, but he's forced to engage. Zealots, they charge in, they collapse on the army. And despite all the kiting here, it's not going to be enough. GG gets called, and Gerald will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. And Gerald will take a lead in the series. And Vindicta, again, he played so well this game, turtling, maxing out, had some better fights, some better engagements, but the reality is that he never got to counterattack. He was never able to move out across the map, he was never able to punish the bases. We saw finally some probe kills towards the end with those nukes, but as we pointed out, it was too little too late. Too little too late by that point. Gerald, he had already redeemed the rewards of all those expansions, of all those bases, reaped the rewards even. He had a booming economy, had a massive bank, did not matter. And with that, despite losing some crucial engagements, despite losing some key units, Gerald was able to remax. He was able to remax, rebuild, and just overwhelm the Terran over time. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into game number 2. Whew, oh my god. That was an intense game 1. It was intense. Now we're getting to game 2. It's going to be on Abyssal Reef. Oh, let's do it all over again. Abyssal Reef, similar to Neon Violet Square, is also... similar to the Neon Violet Square, it's also a very large map, also a lot of bases, also very defendable on 3, 4, and 5 expansions as well. So does share some similar features here, so we could see another similar game state. If Migs wants to, we can approach that in a very similar fashion, where he just turtles up, slowly gets a 3rd, 4th, 5th base, cuts the map in half, maxes out. This can kind of lead into that kind of scenario as well, but we'll see. We'll see how our players do approach this. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have the American Terran player, the Red Terran representing the Platinum Heroes down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Vindicta. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. Here we go. Here we go, as it does sound like our... Oh. Here we go. Does sound like our upper semifinals is ready for us. So once we wrap up this series, we'll head on over to the upper semis and then the lower semifinals. We'll get into those results after the series as well. We'll get into the results back. We'll get there. Here we go. As for now, we do have Geralt going for his own gate expand. Or gate cyber expand, standard opener so far here out of Geralt. Meanwhile, Vindicta back at home, likewise single gas. Single gas opener going for a faster CC on the low ground. So economic openers all around so far. But it's great to be under the sea once again. Meanwhile, shout out to Nick Racked in the chats. One, for competing. We'll be featuring him later on in the evening, don't get me wrong. But he's letting us know that Milky Cow is active once again. It's nice to hear. Again, Milky Cow, he was very much so a predominant player in the European region a couple of years ago. Then I was afraid he had retired. I was afraid that he had retired, and he was inactive. He was, competing every now and then, but nothing too major. But apparently, we're being informed that he has actually been competing more often recently. He has been laddering, has been more active. The return of the cow, Fappy. Let's go. He's an animal. We're always fan of the animals here. But yeah, cool to hear. Cool to hear. Might be able to feature some Milky Cow at some point in our tournaments. Possible. But now that we're calming things down, there's that CC on low ground, as I did mention. Likewise, Geralt is expanding. And Geralt, he does confirm this with the probe scout. Does confirm. Migs going for a second Rax and for a third. Let's go. First, a second and third Rax get thrown down. It's going to be a 3 Rax build here by Vindicta. This is going to be a very strong stim timing, even initially opening up with Reactor Reaper to move out across the map for some map control, for some scouting. But in general, this can hit quite hard. But I'm on the fence as to the build of choice, to be honest, especially on Abyssal Reef. I can see it already here, as Geralt, he comes in with Hallucination, and Geralt will confirm everything in the main. He spots the 3 Racks. And what I can see already here, if Vindicta isn't too careful, the Force Field. Something that we bring up, speaking of, there's Sentry, Ramp. Here on Abyssal Reef, there's a very narrow choke point coming into the natural, and it can be brutal for any kind of aggressive play, any kind of all-in pushing up this ramp. So if Migs does attempt, he can be force fielded. Of course, the alternate route to rotate towards the left-hand side could find some more success as we do force field the ramp, and the Reaper gets shot down. Nice clean up there by Gerald. Vindicta, he can come in from the left instead, but likewise, here is a also very narrow choke point. Very narrow choke point, as Gerald should be expanding, taking a third base. We'll see how successful Vindicta's move out is going to be, as he's working towards Marauder production, towards Concussive Shell. Third base is soon to be taken, and Gerald will set up. And again, because he's scouted, he's fully aware of the bio push that's coming his way. Is aware of what's coming. Gerald throwing down 2 gateways initially, before the expansion. So this will be 3-gate blink. 3-gate blink out of our Protoss. Into that third. Now here comes Vindicta's move out. Is spotted by the Stalkers. Does catch one of them. Nice catch. Stalker goes down. Blink is still not yet done. So Gerald, he has to be wary, has to be careful. Does feel like Blink is delayed, might I add, but Migs is pushing. Gerald, he's racing back home. Did fully wall off the ramp, but doesn't really have much to work with currently here. And again, without Blink, this is going to be a brutal hold for Gerald. Migs, he can pop off. Can pop off. Does hit the third. Concussive Shell is done. Threatening the expansion. Gerald hallucinating some of those Stalkers. Does push in. Oh! And Migs, he goes straight for the sentries first. Takes down both sentries. Hallucinations, they tank some shots. Nicely done. Immortal has arrived. And with the help of the Immortal, yeah, Gerald, he will hold. He will hold. He will shut this down. There's no escaping this. We'll trade with some of the Stalkers. But looking at the trade, that was 4 Marauders, that was 9 Marines for 2 Stalkers and 2 Sentries. Oh, that was a better trade for Gerald. He saves the third base, does outtrade his opponent, and now we can establish and saturate that third. Can saturate back at home. Vindicta working on that next step, getting to his 3-1-1 setup. Starporters on the way, and third CC on location. So we back off, we calm things down, we're working towards the mid game. Again, we could be here for quite some time. We go. Meanwhile, we have our splash damage of choice. Gerald is going from 3-gate blink into Colossus. Into Colossus production, not Storm. Not yet. Colossus are building up. Gerald trying to catch out any kind of drop play. Moving out with his Stalkers. Moving past the turtle. Let's go. So Vindicta, he's establishing himself, taking up in towards Ghost. Ghost Academy's on the way. Upgrades alongside them. And both players, they're just building up towards that 3-base economy. Gerald does maintain map control for the time being. Marine confirms saturation. Gas is now being taken. Mix still building up. Has opted to forego most of his factory production for now. Just now getting to Widow Mines. But no tanks. Unlike the previous game, his defensive setup isn't going to be as strong, isn't going to be as potent. He's a much more bio-heavy hero early on. Which means he can soon move out. Can soon push. Which I appreciate. Do appreciate it. Gerald taking his 4th. Now diversifying his splash damage. He's got Colossus, yes, but now working towards Storm. Temple Archives on the way. And Mixie will find the Stalkers. We'll find them. Still building up his ghost counts. He's getting up to 2, getting up to 3 ghosts. Sorry, 2 ghosts for now. Once he builds up, he can be more confident in moving out. So takes down the Observer. Nice catch. And here comes the drop play. Double drop towards the north. Main army towards the center. Observer went down, and these Stalkers are not in position this time. They don't spot this. Don't spot the move out. Again, this map is so large, it's difficult to really get eyes on everything that's going on. From our player's perspective, I mean. As there are just so many attack paths. Stalkers back off, Zealots get spotted, Migs he can respond to them. And Gerald, he's just taking another base. He's just getting a 5th. Let's go. Getting a 5th expansion. Now diversifying and getting to Disruptors alongside Colossus. Storm is finishing up as well, getting all 3 forms of splash damage. Let's go. And we spoke about this coming into Abyssal Reef, but similar to Neon Violet Square, this 5-base setup is very secure. Very secure. The 6th base is more exposed, true, but the 5-base setup is very defendable. As you have this cliff face, you have the high ground. You got choke points. This area is more wide open, but oh, nice EMP! EMP connects. There's still one storm. One storm left over. Drop into the natural. Oh, storm does connect. Jump forced out of there. And Migs backs up. Migs does retreat. Prism into the natural is cleaned up. Nicely done. Just shut down the War Prism. Does fall. And again, Migs, he was being assertive, but now he's just going to be retreating, getting his own expansions. Should be working towards his own 5th expansion as well. Speaking of, yep, there it is. CC's floating over. Getting his 4th base, I should emphasize, as Geralt is up an expansion. He is up a base. He is vying for map control. Does find the drop. Force it back. Likewise, Liberator here towards left hand side. We'll get a couple of probes, not bad. Gets 4. 4 probes go down. Medevac force back. But Vindicate is still being active, still rotating. He has potential, but there are spotter pylons. Yeah, the pylons are everywhere. And he will come across a Zealot run by. Better trade for Migs. Catches out the Zealots. Main army pushing in. Planetary is getting ready. But does Migs have enough here? Never goes up. Doesn't connect. Oh, the storms do. Oh my god, he runs through the storms. But he comes in for the surround. He catches out the Colossus. Massive surround. All 3 Colossus go down. The recall's not in time. And Migs, he can send it, map. He send it. Takes the fight. And he's moving out across the map. This time he presses his advantage. He doesn't stay idle. He keeps pushing. Keeps going. Does catch a couple of Stalkers. It was worth taking the storms to the face, but there's more storms. Oh. There was. High Templar goes down. Nice snipe here from Migs. There's one more High Templar. Storm coming in. Zones away. Oh my god, the storms. The storms continue. Oof. They connect quite well. Geralt, he's buying time. There's another storm. Here's another storm available. With this High Templar. Migs, oh, does avoid it. More High Templar morphing in. Disruptor has arrived. They knew that he might be maxed out, but he's having a hard time pushing in. Due to the non-stop storms. Oh, nice feedback. Feedback on the Ghost. It's that one High Templar. Oh, oh. The Mind Shot! No! Mind Shot goes off. Takes down the High Templar. I believe there are no storms left. Not yet. One almost available. EMP's going over the main army. That's a lot of Vikings. Charm quite helping here. Mix is being forced back. Nova goes off. No big connection. This army, though, stripped away from shields. Gerald, can he take the fight? This I'm not so sure about. Oh, it's the final storm. Final storm zones away. Colossus have arrived. And Gerald holds. He does hold on. His economy was untouched. Taking another expansion. Takes another Nexus. Vendetta being forced back. Going for a triple drop into the natural. Cannons are in position. They will unload. Marines, they shut down the cannons. They force a recall. He has to get the hell out of here. Ooh, barely does escape. Vikings could do well with the main army going for Viking harass instead. So Colossus are back in the mix. Vikings, they threaten some of the mineral lines. They do what they can. Dropping into the main. Like Migs, he might be maxed out, but his army is split. Army is split, and it cannot fight head on. Drops into the main, going for the Dark Shrine. Nice snipe. Does snipe the Dark Shrine. DTs do defend. Gerald catching up the army. And this is going to be a brutal loss here for Migs. Does kite back. Takes out whatever he can. But he should be shut down. And Gerald, he gets the ghost. Gets one. Gets both. Cleans up all the marauders. Makes he falls down in supply. And the main army's pushing in. Ooh. We'll take some mine shots to the face. Gerald pushing in towards the fourth. And we're going off. This time, Migs doesn't have the surround set up. Not this time. But he will get the Colossus. Stepping forward, Colossus does fall. Disruptor as well. Better trade here for Migs. Gets a Colossus and Disruptors. As Gerald did overextend. Behind this, getting into more Disruptors. Back into Colossus. Migs, he's holding on. He's holding back. But again, fights can still go either way here, especially with their storms. If he goes up, massive connection. Connects with 2 Eye Templar. There's still 1 storm. Storm goes up. Going for the Zealot run by. Head up for the 4th. Fourth base. Main army pushes in. I should say, looking for a way in. At this point, I'll be honest. I kind of wanted to see it in the last game. I didn't bring it up. Now would be a really good time for Gerald to embrace Skytoss and to go for like a fleet beacon and some Stargates and start working on upgrades and start getting ready for that kind of transition. Just to outscale Migs. But for now, he's just sticking with Ground Toss. Similar to the last game. Surround is coming in, massive EMPs, never goes off, doesn't connect. And nice target firing here out of Vendetta. Surrounds, takes down both Disruptors. Gerald will retreat. Again, this heavy Marauder army can do quite well against this Robo composition. As Gerald is getting up to triple Robo production. 3 Robos, Mass Colossus, let's go. And again, that's kind of what Vendetta wants to face up against. As it's getting into more Liberators. The freedom is coming. The freedom is coming. As Migs is going to be active here towards the south. Skin reveals the army. Ooh. Stray Ghost goes down. Attempted to take the expansion, is not going to get up and running, but Migs, he does go towards the top right. Takes down the pylon, depowers and denies the warp in. There's the recall, but that means no recall towards the south. Migs pulling Geralt apart. Does get into the mineral line. Ooh, there's a brutal storm, and storm goes off. Another storm as well. Migs, he stands in the storms. Splits against the Nova, but he's going to be cleaned up. Once again, pushing towards the north. Ooh. The entire drop gets cleaned up. But he should get the expansion this time. There we go. Nexus does fall. But Gerald, he saves most of his workers. Most of the probes are saved. 10 probes going down. He just wants a 6th expansion. So does Gerald. As we mentioned, like, the 6th base is more exposed on this map. That's when you can start getting damage. 6 necklace. Oh my god, massive connection! That was 4 ghosts, 5 ghosts almost. Yeah, Brutal Nova goes up. Ghosts go down, they can still get one shot, of course. And the Novas are brutal. They take down the Widow Mine. Liberators, they get caught exposed as well. Mix falling apart a little bit here. Lost his Ghosts, lost his Liberators. At the same time, DTs, they deny the expansion. They get into the mineral line. Mix is ready for it though. Does get an EMP up. Catching up more DTs. We do have some laser shots going up. Oh my god, this position is brutal. 11 SCVs. That's 4 Colossus. Oh, nice EMPs. EMPs do connect, but is there a main army that can contest against this? Moves into the mineral line. 17 SCVs going down. And Stalkers, they counterattack once again. Gerald, he's popping off. Double expanding, getting a 6th and now a 7th expansion. 7th Nexus. The Liberator's trying to keep up. But you can see Vendetta, he's been forced to burn through his bank. He has no bank. Not anymore, Pat. Likewise, Gerald rotates in. Novas go up. Brutal connections. Planetary is going to be falling as well. Decent concave here. Decent surround from Vindicta. Comes in for the flank. Sims on forward. Takes down the Colossus. Takes down the Disruptors. But he's running out of steam. He's running out of units. He cannot chase us down. The Colossus survive. Somehow, someway they live. And it's one of those things, even though Gerald falls in supply, he has a bank. He has a 5k mineral bank. Not as much gas, true. Not as much gas, but plenty of minerals. You can reinforce with pure Zealot. Army dives in. Oh my god, the Colossus shots are brutal. The swipes. The Colossus swipes are insane. Zealot run by here into the 5th base. So into the 4th, I should say. And this time there's no planetary. SCVs are falling. Now, Gerald is missing macro cycles. So because that Gerald's army is still quite small, like he has a bank, but he hasn't maxed out. So we need those warp pins. We need those reinforcements. There we go, he rotates, takes down the northern expansion. At the same time, double jump across the map, but there's the recall. And the Colossus, they escape. They make it back home, they defend. So Rabbi runs into a planetary, won't quite achieve too much here. But there's Zealots everywhere else. 17 SCVs falling. And again, it's one of those things where Vendetta, he had some really strong moments here in this game, in this series even. But it's the bank. It's the economy here that's really carrying Gerald. Where he can sustain himself. He can keep trading. As long as he actually warps in. Colossus goes down. Oh my god, the dive! The DTs, they dive on the army. Massive swipes. Oh, Colossus, they overextend. Another Colossus goes down. Okay. Makes he's fighting back. Bouncing the army, taking down another Colossus. I'll be honest, this triple robo setup has not made a unit in quite some time. Like, this is what I mean when I say that Gerald, he's been missing macro cycles, and these robos, they've not been producing anything. Gerald, we need to spend that money. We're warping in Stalkers, but we're down to 1 Colossus, down to 1 Disruptor. 0 Disruptors even. As Migs is re-expanding. He does take a supply lead. True. Gerald taking more bases. Let's go. Does take more expansions, rotating around. There we go. Ah, he found them. He found the robos. Making 3 disruptors at a time. This is what we were waiting for. They're back online. And Gerald, he's now max. There we go. He does max out. But because it's taken a while for Gerald to max out, and Vinita, he still has a chance. Still has an army to work with. Stalker's dipping in. The Liberation Zone's a little bit too far back. As Liberators are getting picked up. Ooh, SCVs as well. Gerald just taking every base on his half of the map. Oh, pushing in. Decent catch here from Vindicta. Takes out most of the Stalkers. The Colossus! Oh, it's going to go down. Massive pickup, but where are the Disruptors? Where are the Disruptors? Where are the Novas? They're coming in. Novas from the left. Going to be going up. They take down a handful of Marauders, but no major connections. At the same time, Zelarama gets cleaned up. Army pushing in. Liberators were exposed. And Migs, can he take this fight? He's going to get surrounded. Disruptors tonight, but the Storms are coming in. And that's a lot of Storms. EMPs, they do pop up. Liberation Zones are sieging up. Migs fighting well. The Freedom takes down all the High Templar, takes down the Colossus. There's still 2 Disruptors though. There's still 2 Novas. Oh, good. Zoning Migs back. Meanwhile, remember, Migs, he does have a super maxed army. Gerald trying to catch reinforcements. Migs, does he turn back around or does he commit? Until we trade bases. He's coming back. He's coming back home. Does scan. Nova's going up. Oof. Do connect. And Gerald, he does have the high ground. Makes an awkward position. He has yet to scout that expansion, by the way. I mean, it's not mining, but it's there. As Migs, he does race back home. Gerald setting up for a DT counterattack. He's still holding his own. DTs are set up. It's how many Dark Templar? 8. 8 Dark Templar. Ooh. The Freedom is here. He has the Freedom. Again, army supplies are quite comparable with each other. Yo, if only Migs knew about this expansion. He's now going to find out as he tries to expand. Ay, ay, ay. It's a free base. A free mineral line. That's a lot of Disruptors, though. That is how many? 9 Disruptors. That's a lot of Novas. Nova's going up. Migs, he finally spots the expansion. He knows. Getting in position. We'll force Gerald to respond. Does have a couple of High Templar. Army rotates over. And hey, he's catching a couple workers. Oh, CC gets caught out. Novas go up. Command Center falls. Migs trying to set up a flank. Let's respect the army. Once again, setting up Liberators. Getting 5, getting 6 probe kills. Nice damage. Oh, even trading with the Stalkers. Stalkers are going down. Mix, he stems in. Catching out the army. He's trying to. Oh, the Novas, they do connect. Oh my god, massive connections. Not ideal, but the disruptors are left exposed. Yeah, Gerald, he blinks away. Most disruptors do fall. That's what, 6 disruptors going down. Up. Can he get 7? He can. 7 disruptors. Oh god, the storms are brutal. He's on siege. The storms are insane. Oh my god, the surround comes in. And it looks like Gerald, he will take this fight. Takes down the fire, takes down the liberators. Very messy engagement here from both sides, but Gerald does take it. He can keep pushing. Can keep pushing in. Ay, ay, ay. It was still close. But Mix, he's been broken. He has been broken. He's down to Medivacs and a couple of Vikings. Gerald will take this. I mean, I say that Mix, he's forced to back off. He's trying to re-expand. Long distance mining. It's been an uphill battle, and I mean, I shouted to Mix because, mate, he had no bank. He was down in bases, down in workers, down in almost everything, and he still made it close. Like, Gerald, he's burned through most of his bank to get here. Migs was trading more efficiently. He was taking better fights, but it's the greater economy in the end that did carry Gerald through this entire game, as he could afford to lose 9 disruptors at a time and 5 colossus at a time. It's fine. He's rich, papi. Not as rich as he used to be, but rich nonetheless. As Gerald, he's going to be rotating. Just clearing up these expansions. Still bleeding out a couple of probes here and there. Migs, he does get another base up and running. Let's go. 32 SCVs. 2 CCs in a dream. He lost the main and he lost the natural, by the way. He's floating everything over. Oh, God. Storm's going to be going up. Zoning Migs away from his own main. And Gerald, he's going for the kill move. He's going for the main base, going for the production. Ooh. And holds onto the ramp. Brutal trying to push up it. And he's breaking in. He's breaking into the main. This has been an hour-long series. I think game 1 was like 25 minutes. Like just under 30 minutes was game 1. And here we've broken the half-hour mark in game 2. Let's go. As Venita, he does save the main, but at the cost of the planetary. Oh, doesn't quite commit. Orbital is exposed. Again, this is the natural that was floated over. Is found. Gerald, he will deny it. Will deny the fresh mining base. Trying to go for the kill, doesn't quite get it. Migs, he responds. Void Ray on the Let's go, the token Void Ray. How did a Void Ray, how did we get to that being built? I guess maybe the Liberators, they're just being annoying. True. The range lives, papi. Let's go. Void Ray has arrived. Void Ray will allow Gerald to mine. Maintain himself. Migs, he has an army. He's built back up. He's got how many ghosts? He's got 5 ghosts, 2 libs. Hey, with a couple of well-placed EMPs. If the disruptors, if they miss their novas. If there's no storm because of the EMP, then maybe we have a chance. Oh, Jesus, that's so many high tempo though. Oh my god. We need some miracle EMPs. Oh no, the feedbacks. Feedbacks go up. How many High Templar is that? 13! Oh my god, the feedbacks are insane. 13 High Templar. Ghost Academy goes down. Mix is down to 2 EMPs. Oh, sorry, I should say 2 ghosts. Oh! He wants it. He wants the EMP. And all the stars have to align. Here he comes in. The EMP does connect, by the way. Brutally, people the nervous go off. Oh my god. And alas, there's still just enough of a Protoss army to hold its own, even without the storms. GG gets called, and Gerald will take the series 2-0. GG. Ah, let's go. GG, well played. Gerald, he takes it. Gah, papi, gah. He does take the series. Does advance on to the semifinals, where he's going to be facing off against uThermal. Meanwhile, we're getting ready for our own semifinals match, as they've been patiently waiting this entire time. Much love here to our 2 Terran players, as up next we have a TVT between Ryung and Nicaract. Just need a moment to set that up and to get things going. GG, well played. As I'm just very quickly setting up those, setting up that series. And my apologies to uThermal. You have to wait a little bit longer. You have to wait a little bit longer here. Rest up, Bappy. Rest up. Get some food. Get some food. But congratulations to Gerald, and a shout out to Migs as well. Shout out to Vindicta. For holding his own, and again, like, despite being up, like, despite being down like a 3 base economy, it was insane how far behind Migs was economically compared to Gerald. Despite that, both in game 1 and in game 2, Migs, he was taking better fights, taking better engagements. He was able to hold his own, despite that fact. In the end, he was overwhelmed. In the end, he couldn't necessarily overcome that disadvantage for too much longer, but was impressive nonetheless, and did make for a very explosive series. But now we are moving on to the semifinals. Again, shout out to these 2 players. They've been patiently waiting for an hour, Pappy. Oh my god, for almost an hour. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala. We have the red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicaract. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran, the blue Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. And if you're in the chats, you know what time it is. It's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you believe will take the series. Will it go one way or the other? To one Terran or the other? Best of luck. As I believe when it comes to our semifinals, we have Ryung and Nicaract as the top 2 semifinalists. Meanwhile, we have also alongside them uThermal and Gerald. uThermal and Gerald will be the next semifinals, will be after this series. So 3 Terrans and a Protoss. No Zerg. Smurge. Bappy Smurge. Shout out to Eon. Shout out to Young Yakov, by the way. I was favoring Young Yakov in his series against uThermal, but uThermal, he did pop off, did take down Young Yakov in a very impressive result, very impressive fashion. I'm looking forward to catching some mark later on down the line. Some uThermal, if you will. We'll get there, we'll get there. For now, we can focus on our TVT. Meanwhile, it's going to be a double gas opener out of Nicaract, going for a Rax into Factory. Meanwhile, Ryung going for the Rax into CC. It's going to be an economic start, as we only have 1 gas. So we do have a divergence in builds. Again, Ryung, it is his debut in the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. He has never competed in our tournament before, at least not in this one. So great to see him showcasing himself for the first time. Do love to see it. And Ryung, he's known for his TVT. His TVT is his best matchup. He's a TVT sniper. He was known as the Clem Crusher for a while, as well as he was the answer to the problem that was Clem a couple of seasons ago in WTL in those playoffs. So I'm sure this is what Ryung wants. He wants pure TVT. Oh boy. And we'll see if he can be stopped. We shall see. Also, there were some subs during the last game, and I do apologize. I was engrossed in the series, so I didn't quite give you a shout out, but a shout out to Boom Cool in the chat. Hi guys, let's go. Subscribing for 3 months. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Boom Cool. God, I hope you're still there. If so, thank you for subscribing. Likewise, there was a second subscription towards the end of that game. Just catching up. It was Noganzu, papi. Gracias. Thank you so much for subscribing for 3 months as well. Oh, also 3 months. Thank you for with Twitch Prime. With Twitch Prime, good content. Quack. Gracias. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed the I'm glad you enjoyed the content. Hope you enjoy the emotes. And again, we're live on a daily basis. Today is going to be a busy day for us. If you are unaware, today we start the day off with Tenacious Turtle Tussle. This is our first cast, followed by the podcast later on, followed by the very first Masters Coliseum qualifier, the Asia qualifier. So we have 3 casts today, or technically 2 casts and 1 podcast. So technically a cast, true, technically a cast. 3 streams, I should say. We have 3 streams here today. It's gonna be busy. Ay. And again, today or tonight marks the first Mass Coliseum qualifier, and we're going to be covering Coliseum qualifiers for the next 4 days. 4 days. It goes Asia, then Europe, then Korea. I should say Europe / America, or Europe / North America, followed by Korea, and then the global qualifier. So 4 qualifiers back to back, 4 days in a row is what we're going to be covering. Meanwhile, we're settling into our TBT. Again, we did have a little bit more of a tech-heavy opener from Nickrat. With this, he's going for an earlier Viking here. So he's playing very safe, Viking into Cyclone. Now, the reason why Nickrat is playing safe is because he doesn't know what's going on. He has no idea. He did not scout whatsoever. So with his Viking and Liberator, if Ryung were to open up with an early Cyclone drop or with early Banshees, which Ryung has been known to do, then Nickrat will be ready. So again, he's on patrol, making sure that he's safe and sound. Meanwhile, Ryung did open up economically, so Ryung, he's up in workers. He does have that slight economic edge over his opponent, followed by Raven production and a couple of safety Cyclones. As a reminder, this is the old Cyclone, so the Cyclones, they definitely do have their place here, especially in the early game of TBT. They do provide a lot of utility. They shoot up and they shoot down. It's crazy. It's wild. Double starport, 2-port all in. Okay, Nickrat, he's going for a 2-port, 2-base all-in. Let's go. Ryung goes for a fast 3rd CC. Ooh, Nickrat, things are looking pretty good for him. So far, at least, as long as he goes unscouted. We'll see. Meanwhile, as we're getting into our game, a shout out to Likeix in the chat. Papi, thank you so much for also subscribing with Twitch Prime for 4 months. For 4 months, Papi. Thank you. Terrans need a lot of duct tape. Of course, Papi, of course. I need all the support. Kappa. But yeah, Ryung, he's being economic. He's being greedy, I should say. He's being very greedy, rushing to a 3rd CC, which is ideal considering Nickrat is going for a 2-base all-in. Now, what this 2-base all-in entails is a double starport massive Viking production into Liberator. Now, the goal of this build is you gain air control with your Vikings by zoning away and shutting down the Ravens and the Medivacs and everything else, and then your Liberator wreaks havoc. Ooh, as the Raven does scouts. Does come in with a scout, does get eyes on the reinforcing Vikings. Raven is going to be hunted down, though. Raven does fall. Ryung going double eBay behind this as well. And here we go. Here comes the all-in. And again, the reason why air control is so important in TBT, one, of course, the tank shoots further than it sees. So you do need that air control to be able to grant that vision. But on top of that, the Liberator here will bully the tanks as well. If there's nothing in the air, nothing to stop that Lib. Meanwhile, the army is spotted. Ryung trying to slow this down. Does attempt to, but Nickrat, he doesn't stop. Keeps going. Back at home, what is it to defend? Okay, disable is done. There's 2 Ravens, there's 1 tank, there's the high ground, sorry, 2 tanks, and a bunker. Can Ryung survive? Liberators, again, they bully back the tanks. They force the on siege. I'm loving the turret, though. The turret will actually force tanks to slowly push forward to deal with the turret first before the Lib can engage. Turret buys some time. The Liberator siege is up. When it does take down the Cyclone. Cyclone goes down. More Libs amassing here for Ryung. He's trying to hold on. Again, these Ravens still have potential. Nickrat, he does spot the Vikings. He will focus them down. He gets 1. He gets 2. Gets both Vikings. Meanwhile, Ravens are coming in from behind for that mass disable, but they get spotted. They get spotted. No, they get seen. And now Nickrat can just chase him down. He can just focus down those Ravens. He can push him with the ground army as well. And Ryung, he's hurting. Ryung is in a lot of trouble here. These Ravens are the one lifeline that Ryung has. Tanks get pounced upon. Disable's coming in. He commits. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. The boys are being pulled. 3 tanks are disabled. And Ryung, he tries to break out. Does he have enough? Ooh, he does not. Yeah, the Vikings, they hold their own. Tanks, they survive. Disable runs out. And Nickrat, he's snowballing out of control. Ooh, he will lose all of his Vikings, though. A very intense fight. 27 SCVs for Nickrat. He has a booming economy, but that's a late third CC. He has a booming economy, but he's heavily oversaturated. He needs a third base. Third base is on the way. Liberator's coming in to reinforce. Nickrat, he is so close to breaking Ryung. He is so close, slowly pushing forward within range of the CC. Tanks are sieging up. Again, the third base is late, but despite that, Nickrat, he's still in a good position. Still in a very good position here. Going for the tank, will snipe it. Tank falls. Oh my god, has high ground vision. Gets another tank. And Ryung, he's hurting. He's hurting back. CC's trying to escape, but can it be hunted down? Is there a repair? No repair. CC falls. And Nickrat, he has done it. He has broken the back of Ryung. Ryung going for a desperation double drop across the map. Has potential, true. Has potential, especially if there's nothing at home to defend. Nickrat, he has left a couple of units. Slowly pushing into the main. Drop is unloaded. Stim is done. 1-1 and combat shields. These are well upgraded Marines. He catches the tank. Gets the tank. Goes to the mineral line. Getting a lot of SCVs. Oh my god, it's a meat grinder. 11, 12, 13. 13 SCVs go down. Double drop into the main. Nickrat, he's in trouble here. He's having a hard time keeping up. Losing more SCVs, losing more production. Liberator goes down as well. 2 Vikings. The efficiency here, the trades for Ryung have been insane. 16 SCVs, 2 Vikings, a Lib, a tank, another Liberator. And Nickrat, he's racing back home. He's racing back home. This is good damage, but still not enough. Ryung, he's still down in economy, still down in SCVs. This is impressive, but he needs more. Oh, the Vikings. Hunt down the medevac. Ryung gets cleaned up. He's moving out with another double drop. And Nickrat, he has to stay back here. He's just gonna turtle. Like, after what just happened, I'm sure Nickrat is terrified about pushing out because he doesn't want to lose this game. he doesn't want to throw this game, so he's just gonna turtle. He's gonna turtle up on 3 bases, secure himself, and get a 4th. Now, this means that on the one hand, Ryung, sure, he has map control, true, but it's gonna be difficult to gain value. He gets 1, he gets 2 tanks. Uh-oh. Takes out 2 tanks, goes to the mineral line. SCV's getting caught out. Ryung still trading very efficiently here, by the way, getting 8 SCVs and 2 tanks. Is going to be cleaned up, though. Let's get the hell out of here. Drop on the right-hand side. Gets a singular tank. Gets 1. He wants both. He's going to get them. Again. It's like Ryung flexing his micro. Takes down 2 more tanks, sieges up within range, going for more tanks, does get 1, does get 3, does get up to 4. Marines coming in, and he's pulling Nickrat apart. Oh my god, with the bare minimum. Ryung achieving so much with so little tanks. That's a kill, not a cancel. Kills the CC, gets another tank. Tank volley's going off, the Vikings are falling. Oh my god. Nickrat, he can't keep up. Oh my god, it's crazy. The value. I mean, look at the trades. That was 1 tank, 33 Marines for 4 tanks, 60 on the entire mineral line. But Nickrat, he's holding. He's holding on. He's forcing Ryung back. It's been impressive. It's been impressive what Ryung has done. But it's still not enough. He's still stuck on 22 SCVs. He's still down a base, down in economy. He has to calm down. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, Ryung, he has to back off. Nickrat, he's holding. Behind this, getting into mech, of course. Getting to mass tank. Ryung, the drop play continues. How many Vikings do we have? 2. Only 2 Vikings. But they do happen to be in position. The Vikings are ready. Oh! Catch out one of the medevacs. Ryung, he has to make a choice. Where does he go? A little bit indecisive. 1 medevac goes down, the other does drop into the main. There's a tank in position. Does get into the mineral line. SCV's going down. Likewise, tanks, they maneuver over here towards the natural. In between the bases. Ryung getting 6 SCVs and a tank. But he still has no good answer here to this air control. He wants to live, and he doesn't get it. Barely not. Liv survives. For a little bit longer. There we go. Finally goes down. Meanwhile, that's 14 SCVs. That one medevac drop, 14 SCVs go down. I mean, again, Nickrak still is ahead, but Ryung, he doesn't want to take this line down. He's fighting tooth and nail for this game. Trying to claw his way back in. Ay. Despite that 60 SCV economy, 4 CCs now being rebuilt. Right as there was a killed 4th base earlier, if you recall. Ryung fighting with half the size of an army. With half the army supply. Let's go. Meanwhile, Nickrak going for a counterattack, and there's nothing at him to defend. That's the problem here, is that Ryung has been so heavily aggressive here, getting damage done, but there's nothing at home. SCV's getting caught out, and this may be the killing blow. This may just be too much. Ryung is pushing in. He's going to be trading, but this time we're somewhat in position. Yeah, the Hellbats, the Vikings. Nickrak holds. And he will still take this game. GG gets called, and Nickrak takes a lead in the series. GG. Whew, oh my god. GG, well played. Very intense game. As a reminder, winding it back, what did happen in this game? Nickrak went for a 2-base all-in, if you remember. And Ryung went 3CC. Ryung was cutting corners. Ryung was being very greedy. He was going for a 3rd CC, double eBay, very bio heavy, going for the mid game, and he was caught out by the all-in. So the 2-base all-in did cripple Nickrak. It did cripple Ryung. Basically, it killed Ryung. It should have killed Ryung, but Ryung, he had some insane drop play, some insane micro control, attention to detail, I should say, when it came to his units across the map. And with that, Ryung, he fought hard. He still lost. He wasn't able to recover, but it was impressive what he was able to get done. Again, he was just too far behind to recover from that moment. He needed a lot more to actually bounce back in that game. Did need a lot more there, and alas, Nickrak did secure himself. It was still a shaky win towards the end. Like, it wasn't the cleanest of follow-ups, but did make it. Was good enough. Was good enough here. GG, well played. Nickrak takes the lead, and will he knock Ryung out? Again, Nickrak, one more game is all he needs to take the series, as this is a best of 3. Here we go. Whew. Oh my god. We're popping off, Pappy. We're popping off. As we're going to be loading into a much larger map, we're loading into Frostline. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have the Red Terran player, with the Platinum Heroes leading the series 1-0. It is Nickrak. One more game is all he needs, and spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the favorite player for the entire tournament, who is struggling here in the semifinals. Can he bounce back? Can he force the ace match? Or does his tournament run end here and now? For Team Vitality, the South Korean Terran, it is Ryung. We go. Hi. We're going to be calming things down here, and I'm sure Ryung is going to think better of going into a greedy build this time. Remember, Ryung, he went for a very fast 3rd CC last game. Like, as both players kind of gambled in their own way, Nickrak, he was able to roll better, was able to land on that D20, of course, and snowball out of control. Ryung, double gas. There we go. Double gas opener out of Ryung. I was going to say that if we wanted to go for something more economic, this would be a better map for it because of the longer rush distance by ground. But no, Ryung, he's had enough being the defender, being the opening up economically. He's going for double gas. Double gas, faster factory. Nickrak does the same. So, mirrored openers this time from our 2 players. Whew. Let's settle in. Let us settle in. Nickrak, he does come in with the SCV scouts. Does get eyes on the setup here. Factory is on the way. I mean, again, mirrored builds, mirrored starts. Getting into our factory, getting into our CC as a follow-up as well. We should be expanding and then working towards the mid-game. Or working towards that next step. From here, we can go into Reactor Reaper Hellion. We can go into early Cyclone production. We can go into early Banshees as well. I did mention that Ryung, I mean, a lot of the Korean Terrans are not afraid to go into a singular Banshee to harass in this matchup. As the Reaper will get across the map, Nickrat taking a chance, so does Ryung! Reapers, they move in, and the CCs will be delayed for both players. SCVs go down, so far both players keeping up with each other. And the Reapers, they back off. So both players, they took a chance. And we are still keeping up with each other. No major advantage from either player. Here we go. Young, he's getting into his 1-1-1. Do you have that tech lab on the way? This is looking like an add-on swap into potentially Banshee or just early Raven. But we have the safety Cyclone as well from at least Ryung. Meanwhile, Nickrat, he's going to be continuing Reaper Hellion production. Okay, we're getting up to 5 Reapers and 3 Hellions. Very aggressive, very committed. Now, the goal of this move out for Nickrat is to, 1, get on top of the Cyclone, break through the army, and get into the mineral line. So very aggressive move here from Nickrat. We'll see if Ryung can survive this. We'll see if he can defend. Again, a lot of it will come down to whether or not he saves the Cyclone, and whether or not Nickrat snipes it. As Nickrat, he's just waiting for his Reaper. Reaper pops out, and now it's time to move out. Nickrat, he will push. Meanwhile, Ryung, he's slightly out of position, but he's coming back. Shout out to the turtle. Ah, la tortuga. As Nickrat, he does move out. Ryung is in position. And Nickrat, can he break through? Now there's a second Cyclone. Cyclones lock on, and Nickrat, he has to back off. He has to retreat. Ooh, we'll bleed out a Reaper, we'll bleed out a Hellion. More lock-ons. We'll get one of the Cyclones. It does get one, but does not get into the mineral line. He goes in for a scout. We'll confirm the setup here. As we mentioned, Banshee opener, no surprise for Ryung. Is very fond of it. But the Reaper Hellion is cleaned up. Ryung holds. He holds, he defends. At least Nickrat saw the Banshee, so he knows he can be ready for it. He should be setting up back at home. Cyclone is in position. Behind this, Ryung goes straight into a third CC. Third CC is on the way. As we settle into our game, shout out to Yusef in the chat. Yusef2709. God, my God, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great, I'm assuming, ladder session. Hope you had a good time, and welcome one and all to the semi-finals of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. For those that are curious, this is an open tournament, an open weekly, and we are in the semi-finals. We have reached the top 4. As the players are setting up. Oh, Banshee looking for a way in, but so far Nickrat is in position. Does deflect. Does maintain himself. Oh. As we do get the counter lock on, Cyclone goes down. Nice catch here by Ryung, baiting at the Cyclone. Does pick it off. And remember, behind this, Ryung, he's only posturing because he is taking a much faster third base. Third CC is on the way, soon to be taken on location. And Nickrat has yet to throw down his own. There it is. Now it's being thrown down, but it is far later. Now, because the command center is later for Nickrat, this does put a lot of pressure on him to be active, to move out across the map, and to delay the third base of Ryung. Here comes that move out. Ryung, he catches a couple of Marines, gets one. Ideally, he wants to pick up a tank or a Raven. Speaking of, oh, gets a lock on. Tank takes some hits. Nickrat is committing the Ravens. Ravens likewise taking a little bit of damage as well. That's damage here from Ryung. Gets a Marine. Gets a second Marine as well. Coming in from behind for the tank. Ooh, gets another Marine in the end. But the Banshee will fall. Nice pick up here from Nickrat. He commits. Stable in the tank, but the Ravens, they come in. Sorry, Cyclones coming from behind, and they shut them down. Both tanks will fall. And Nickrat getting picked apart here. God, this Cyclone control. Jesus. Ryung, he still maintains that they're just picking this army apart. Finally, one Cyclone goes out. No, not even. It survives, takes out every Marine, every tank. The Ravens get out of there, but Ryung holds. And now Ryung can take his third. He can take his third base, expand freely. Nickrat's still working on his own. And that was a brutal fight. Again, the power of the Cyclone. Ay, ay, ay. As Nickrat, he does reinforce. At least he does keep the Ravens alive. Scans ahead of time, spots the third. Does spot the expansion. Oh. Gonna be setting up, securing himself in between the bases. Disable's coming in. He gets one. Gets one tank, and with the reinforcements, Ryung, he will break through. He will shut down the tank line. And GG gets called. Ryung ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. We are going all the way to game 3. Again, Ryung just having his way with that army. I should emphasize as well, just really good unit control out of Ryung. Really good map awareness as well, to be out on the map, to catch the army move out, and just pick away at that army as well over the course of that move out. Just picking away at the Marines, the tanks, everything. It was impressive. By the time Nickrat got across the map, he got surrounded, got shut down. With that, GG, well played. We are going all the way to the ace match. It all ends here. It all ends in game 3. As we said, Lynn, a shout out to Claw SC2 in the chat. Guys, oh my god, the back-to-back raids, Poppy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great, I'm assuming, ladder session. Hope you had a good time. And welcome one and all to the semifinals of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. We are about to crown our first finalists. Will it be Ryung? Will it be Nickrat? It could go either way. Could go either way here. As we have our final map, we're going to be loading into Ultra Love. Oh boy. Alright, loading into Ultra Love. Cloak bottle of water. I'm not British, what do you mean? But yes, make sure you hydrate yourselves. Hydrate, Pappy, hydrate. And here we go, we're getting into the ace match. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the red Terran player from the Platinum Heroes being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is Nickrat. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. Here we go. TVT does continue and does conclude on Ultra Love. Now we do have our initial openers. We're calming things down. And we'll see what builds we go for here. Now, on the one hand, the rush distance by ground is, I believe, shorter than that of Frostline. But the bases are more secure. What I'm referring to here is that we have a ramp coming into the natural. Likewise, we have a choke point coming into the third. The distance by ground here, or even by air, the distance between the third and the natural is far closer than that on Frostline. Like Frostline, the bases are so exposed, they're so spread out, so exposed, so difficult to defend. Here, far easier instead. What I'm getting at is, if we wanted to, we could try to embrace a longer game state here, and both players could take into their third bases and get into a fourth and get into a split map scenario. We have seen that many a time already on Ultra Love, going in towards the ultra late game. But I don't know if that's what Nickrat wants. I don't know if that's how he wants to approach this. Nickrat in general is typically more of an aggressive player, as we saw in both Game 1 and in Game 2. So I imagine he wants to take a different approach. But we'll see. We'll see. As the SCVs is able to pounce up on each other. As a result, Nickrat, his CC is going to be slightly delayed compared to Ryung's, but only slightly, by a couple of seconds. Not the biggest of deals. As we settle in. Racks expand out of Nickrat, racks expand out of Ryung. Economic openers all around. Alright, going for these economic openers. So far, so good. Now, as aggressive as Nickrat wants to be, I feel like we shouldn't be seeing another 2-port 2-base all-in this series. We saw it in Game 1, it worked very well, but ideally you don't want to rely on it too heavily in a series, just because Ryung is going to be more on notice as to looking out for that sort of thing. So I feel like that build is off the table at this point. We could see early medevac into an early tank drop, an early tank move out. Could have Nickrat go for his own Banshee opener. We'll see. For now, we're calming things down. Getting to our 1-1-1s. Starports are on the way. And we can take a moment to breathe. 2 players, OP and Imp. TVT unwinnable, pappy. Unwinnable. It's impossible. Oh my god. True. As we have Nickrat getting into his attack lab. We'll see if he goes for the add-on swap. Attack labs are on the way for both players. Getting to our factory and starport production. Okay, no add-on swap, but additional tech labs nonetheless. Cyclone first for Nickrat, tank first for Ryung. Ooh, tank first into the medevac. If you recall, I was theorizing that we might even see a tank drop opener out of Nickrat, but no, it's going to be the tank drop from Ryung instead. So Ryung is going to be the aggressor. With this, he's going to be moving out with Marines with that first tank as well, and he has potential to pick away at the army and even the add-ons here, as he can sit up here just outside the main and will be within range of the depot at least. Here we go. Ryung moving out, is rallying across the map. Here comes the medevac, here comes the tank. Now again, the main brunt of, or the main force in this army is going to be the tank, as that is going to be the backbone here. These Marines are vanilla Marines, they have no stim, they have no combat shields. It's all about that tank positioning and protecting the tank as well. As he does boost in, and he's going for the ramp. He's going for the production. Barely within range of the depot. Auto turret gets thrown down. Lock on here on the tank, and the tank is going to be targeted. Nice pick off here by Nickrat. He shuts down the tank. The tank falls, and Nickrat holds. Nickrat, he does hold on. Did cost him the Cyclone, but trading a Cyclone for a tank, it's worth it. It's worth it here for our Red Terran player. With that, he holds on, and he will take a tank lead. Third CC gets played. Let's go. Economic follow-up. Third CC is on the way. Ryung, he's still rallying across the map though. He does scout, does confirm. Ryung, he spots the third command center. Getting to reactor Viking production. Third CC going to be on location for Ryung. And he just keeps rallying. He reinforces with another tank. He's not stopping. Ryung, he is not stopping. Going for the depot. And he will get it. Likewise, I believe within range of the starport as well. Yeah, just barely. Starport under fire. More axes on the way. Nickrat just trying to buy time for his own Vikings to try to vie for that air control. And Ryung is playing mech. Second factory is on the way. He's making it up. Making additional tanks. Now with 2 tanks within range, this starport taking a lot of damage. Nickrat attempting to repair. And we'll be able to. We'll be able to keep it safe. Attempting to reposition. Maneuvering to the low ground. Can Nickrat break out? Yeah, the Viking Council heavily in favor of Ryung. Oh, gets one. Disable's coming in. Nice round here by Nickrat. Disable saw the tanks. There's 1 tank left. Vikings land. The tanks, they maintain themselves. The 1 tank survives. But at least the other 2 did fall. And Nickrat, he's holding. He's holding on. But what's important about what's happening here, and the reason why Ryung is maintaining this position, the third. Even though Nickrat, he has had this third CC for a long time, he's not on location. And Ryung is. Ryung, he's mining from the third base, and what's important, his opponent is not. It's all about just delaying and denying the third for as long as possible. Vikings popping off, they land, they go for the tanks. 1 tank goes down, 2 tanks go down, and the Vikings, they wreak havoc. GG gets called as Ryung, he breaks the main, and Ryung will advance on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Ryung, he will advance on to those grand finals here. He will make it. But a shout out to Nickrat. Shout out to Nickrat because, hey, he forced the ace match and he did make a great series here with Ryung in the semifinals. So GG, well played. Nickrat can now rest easy. You know, I know it's getting quite late in Europe. In all of Europe, it's getting very, very late. So rest up, Pappy, rest up. GG, well played. Ryung will make it through. Congratulations. Now we're getting ready here for our next match, for our next series. At least I'm assuming we are. It's possible that we might be going on a short break. But here we go. We're going to be going on a short break here as we get ready for our next match. What I mean by that is, do we have our players? Do we have our players, Pappy? Oh, we're here to find out. But up next should be uThermal versus Gerald. As we switch our scenes over, we can have a look at the bracket itself. We're catching up. Catching up on the brackets. Ryung, of course, took down Rebellion to make it to the semifinals. Nickrat took down Shameless to make it to the semifinals as well. And Ryung, he's made it to the grand finals. Meanwhile, uThermal took down Young Yakov. A crazy series, a crazy result for uThermal to bring down Young Yakov. I would have definitely favored Yakov to make it at least to the semifinals, but he gets denied. And now we have our lower semis. We have the lower semifinals. Let's go. Also, I may have to head on over to the European region. Yeah. Gerald, he might think that the uThermal's in Europe. For those that are curious, for those that are maybe unaware, uThermal, he is in Mexico, papi. He's in Mexico. He's not in Europa. So this next match is going to be on the American server. Gerald might not be aware. He might not be aware, so I'm just going to try and find him. I'll try and hunt him down. I'll do my best. So we're going to be going on a short break. And when we return, we will have uThermal versus Gerald. We'll have it. So we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OC as we returned with the second semifinals of the night of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle number 24. We have our first finalist. We have our Terran in the grand finals in Ryung, but now we are here to crown our second finalist. Will it be another Terran or a Protoss? We are here to find out. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have the blue Terran player from the land of the Netherlands. It is, so some know him as Salsa Tequila, but it is uThermal. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. That is not... God damn it. Hold on. Just fixing up the logos once again. But we are good to go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Get your gambling going. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you believe will take the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. Ooh, as... Again, predictions are underway for the next minute or so, as I do try to set up our player names. Un momento. We'll attempt to set them up. Bam. Good to go. We have our TVP, and again, I'm shocked. I'm surprised to see uThermal doing so well here, just because, one, it's his first time competing in our tournament, definitely, but we rarely get to see him here in these open cups. Did decide to show up, did decide to sign up. This is his debut here in the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, so it is the case with Ryung as well. It is their first time competing in this tournament, and this is a pretty good time zone for him as well. Again, for those who do not know, uThermal, he is not in Europe, he is not in the Netherlands, he is currently in Latin America. He's in Mexico, baby. He's one of us. Let's go. I mean, you know, clearly, he's adopted the best things. He's covered in salsa and tequila all over it. Let's go. Ay, ay, ay. But regardless, again, he's in Mexico. So again, not the worst time for him. It is getting in towards the afternoon or evening in the land of Latin America. But still a good time to be awake. Good time to game. As a probe does go down. So far, so good. It is a double gas opener out of uThermal, going racks into factory. Back at home, Gerald going for a gate cyber expand. Standard opener out of Gerald, something more tech heavy by uThermal. Now, as opposed to Vendetta, for example, who did play some more Mac-oriented games, it is series against Gerald. uThermal is more aggressive, he's more active, he's more in your face. In saying that, though, Abyssal Reef is a very large map, very easy to defend, so it's possible that we might be in for a long one again. Like, if we were to embrace a longer kind of half an hour plus game, Abyssal Reef would be the map to do it on. I'm sure Geralt is willing to embrace that. From the side of uThermal, I'm not so certain. Again, historically, it feels like uThermal is usually one to go for these more dedicated builds, for these more wild all-ins. That's usually how he does approach things. TVT is different. uThermal, he does embrace long late-game TVT. He has some killer late-game TVT, I will say. I do think that uThermal's best matchup is TVT. But we'll see what he brings to the table. We'll see what he does bring to the table here. So far, is going for his initial Cyclone. Zeld has arrived. Stalker as well. CC on the high ground just to be safe. And we have our take of choice. Gerald's going for the Twilight Council. Does go for the Twilight Council. Likewise, wreaking havoc in the middle. No, he gets surrounded. Ooh, big surround here on the Reaper. Reaper goes down. And likewise, the Stalker Zella busts into the main. Repairs not in time. A Cyclone has arrived, but takes a lot of hits. Oh no! The Cyclone, if it goes down. Mate, this is far too much here. Cyclone taking a lot of hits. Yep, GG gets called far too much damage far too quickly, and Gerald takes game number 1. GG. Ay, ay, ay. I'm getting flashbacks to Max Pax versus Clem, and even, oh god, what was it? Max Pax versus Björn as well earlier this week. But you can't afford those losses that early on, that quickly. That was brutal for uThermal to lose that first Cyclone. That was insane. That should not have happened. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Gerald does snowball out of control, and with that, Gerald takes a lead. Oh. Gerald, he does take a lead here. And I'm hoping we can embrace a longer game state. As we are setting up. Here we go. We are setting up for game number 2. And I'm hoping that we can clean up our early game, we can tighten things up here and get into a more back and forth, longer game state. I'm hoping that that's the case. I mean, after what just happened in game 1, I'm sure uThermal is going to be that much more attentive here in the early game as well. I am sure. Nope. So we are jumping into our next game. Here we go. And again, it is going to be on Ultra Love. It's like 3-minute games or 30. No in between. Exactly. Ay, ay, ay. Smurge. He's covered in salsa and tequila. Exactly. He's bathing in a papi. Oh my god. He has gone through the rite of passage to be initiated. To become a Latin American. Let's go. Here we go. We're getting into game 2. But yeah, for those that are curious, we had a very similar game to what we just saw earlier this week. I believe it was Max versus Beyond in the, not Wardy TV Monday, in the Pegasaur Monday. That's it. In the Pegasaur Monday, very, very similar game state where Max killed the first Cyclone, and that's game. That's game then and there. As he did overwhelm with the first 2 gateway units and the first 3 gateway units as well. As the Cyclone is a big investment and it has its role to play in the early game. But here we go, we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the blue Terran player. From the land of the Netherlands, living in the land of Mexico. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is uThermal. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. It is Gerald. Beautiful. Lovely logo is set up there. We are embracing game number 2. And I wouldn't be surprised if once again we see another double gas opener out of uThermal. Double gas into a factory, into a Cyclone. But again, it's all about being as attentive as possible with those early game units, as we don't really have much to work with. We'll set up our player names though. I got you. Bam. Player names are set up. Here we go. Now, as opposed to Abyssal Reef, Ultra Love is a lot more secure on your 3 and 4 base setups here, but it is much smaller. It is a much smaller map, so we could be seeing something like a 3 racks or something more aggressive. As we can see, 1 gas. Okay, single gas opener, so it's going to be racks into CC for uThermal. We saw the CC on the high ground last time. This time it's going to be on the low ground. So low ground CC from uThermal is, of course, expanding, and Gerald confirms. He confirms the lack of second gas and the CC as well. Let's confirm what's going on. Initial Marine opener out of uThermal. Interesting. Now, because of the Marine opener, this means that uThermal, he's in the dark. No SCV Scout and no Reaper Scout. uThermal, he has no idea what's going on, and he doesn't really care, at least not until he gets into his factory production. With his factory, you can follow this up with a Hellion or with a Cyclone. Most likely Hellion to get across the map to get some kind of information. We can see here uThermal is looking for a proxy, making sure there is no proxy gateway. Being secure on his side of the map, scouting the triangular third location as well. Making sure everything's safe and sound, and we should be seeing a bunker here on the high ground as well. So bunker follow-up with the Marines means we're going to be safe and secure. Ooh, that is a second Rax. A very fast second Rax here from uThermal. And this leads into, yep, a third Rax. 2 base all in. 2 base all in here from uThermal. That's a 3 Rax setup before the starport. That means a lot of Marines. That means a lot of tanks. That means we are pushing soon. Not yet, it's still early, but the production's being set up, and Gerald sees everything. Gerald, he sees all, he knows all, he sees the rush into second and third racks, sees all the production, and he knows what's coming his way. Now, as a result, Gerald knows it is unsafe to rush into a third. It is unsafe to rush into a third Nexus, so we should be seeing a second and a third gateway alongside Blink. So we should be seeing a 3-gate setup, potentially even Robo as well, before expanding. Speaking of gateways, there it is, a third gateway. Third gateway is on the way. So extra production, extra warp ins. Blink is going to be starting up soon as well. And Geralt is getting ready. Now it's all about the execution of the defense. As uThermal is gearing up, Getting into Marauder production, rushing into Stim, of course. Followed by Combat Shields. Potentially Concussive Shell as well. Here we go. As there's a starport for that medevac support. Hallucination gets eyes on the army, and it confirms the production gets eyes on the starport as well. That is a sign of further tech. There we go, Robo before expanding. This will give access to fast Immortal production. So Gerald, he can invest into an early Immortal as well. Like, oh my god! I mean, this is a way to approach this. He responds also with a proxy gateway and a proxy dark shrine. Bearing in mind, because uThermal is going to be committed here on 2 bases, he should be muling his heart out. And he is. He is muling as best he can, which means no scans, also no third TC. So this is looking a little bit rough for uThermal. It's looking rough for Mark. Because DTs are a really good way to punish aggressive and 2 base all-ins. A really good way, as scans are very limited here for uThermal. Stalkers are moving out, a blink is finishing up, so Geralt is going to be able to slow down the push as it moves out. He can pick away at the Marines, pick away at the tanks. Geralt can slow this down. Thermal going for the eBay. He's soon to move out. He is going to be committed here. And the Dark Shrine is almost done. Meanwhile, Geralt, he's still on 2 bases, by the way. Still has not expanded. Army gets spotted. Geralt out of position. Uh-oh. He's forced to recall. The Stalker is completely out of position. But here come the Dark Templar. There we go. They do warp in. They're headed for the mineral lines. But can he defend back at home? He does have force fields. Force fields are available. Ideally, you want to try to slice up this army. DTs that make their way into the mineral lines. GG gets called as the DTs are revealed. There's nothing at home to defend. And Gerald will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. A very nice scouting out of Gerald. That is one of the advantages of the change to the energy overcharge. Without shield battery overcharge, now there's energy overcharge. And what does that mean? That means hallucination scouts. That means you can make a sentry early on, you can energy overcharge, and you have very fast or much earlier scouting, much more consistent scouting from the side of Protoss. So alas, Geralt, he saw the build, he notified it, he recognized it, he shut it down completely, playing very safe. And again, that DT follow-up is just a really secure way to just shut down all-ins like that. Completely shut it down. GG, well played. GG, well played. A very fast series, the fastest one so far. Very fast series here out of Geralt. GG, well played. I mean, it feels a little bit jarring after the TBT and the TVP before that. Very jarring considering how long of a series we had previously, but it's all good. We're just catching up. We're catching up, you know, with our schedule, and we're diving into the finals. We're diving into the grand finals here. It's going to be a best of 5 between Ryung and Gerald. Let's go. This is going to be best of 5. Meanwhile, shout out to uThermal. Shout out to uThermal because, again, this was his first time competing in the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. I did appreciate it here. Again, he already had a great result making it to the semifinals, and he does get into the money. Top 4 do get paid out in this tournament. So again, shout out to uThermal. He took down Young Yakov to make it to the semis as well. That is not an easy opponent. Young Yakov is last night's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion, and I was again looking forward to casting him, but uThermal denied that. uThermal, he denied it. He put a stop to that, and instead he rose up instead. Did fall to Geralt here in a bit of a shorter series, but regardless, did well making it this far. So GG, well played. Shout out to uThermal as we get ready for the finals. Getting ready here for the grand finals. Oh. Here we go. Players are conducting their vetoes as we speak. The vetoes are underway. Just catching up. The best compliment to good DT positioning, the insta GG. I mean, there were no scans. There was 0 scans, and there was nothing at home to defend. Again, uThermal was committed, no third TC, like it has. It happens. It happens. Oh. we go. Here we go. Hello, Neat. Hello, Neat Pete. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. Yes, you've made it just in time for the finals. It's been a pretty intense tournament so far. I do recommend the VODs. We've had some banger of matches already here, with Nickrat versus Ryung earlier, with Vindicta versus Gerald, even Vindicta versus Eon. Really good matches here throughout the course of the event. But now it comes down to these final two players. It does look like our players need a little bit of time here to get their videos underway. They do need some time. But once they are done, we can jump in. So we're going to be going on a short break. Take this time, get some water, get some snacks, get some food, and we'll be back momentarily here. We'll be back soon with our finals. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals of Tenacious Turtle Tussle number 24. This is a bi-weekly open tournament. Every 2 weeks, we do host this event here at a more NA/Asia-friendly time zone. Despite that, we do have a European finalist. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. Let us go again. What time is it in Poland, by the way? What? let's double check. Currently, it is 4 a.m. 4 a.m. in the morning. Ay, Bobby. Very, very late here in the evening for Gerald, and in the night, in the morning, I should say. Despite that, he's still rocking strong. He's still there. He's still sane. He can still play some StarCraft, and he's committed. He's committed here to the best of 5. Likewise, Ryung up bright and early this morning, is well rested, I'm sure. Just had some coffee, ready to go. As we are settling into our grand finals. As a reminder, it's going to be a best of 5 grand finals here. Vetos have concluded, of course. Vetos are done. We have a map order. We are jumping into game number 1. Let's go. And if you're in the chat, before I get ahead of myself, before we get into our game here, if you're in the chat, it is time. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets for who you think will take the series. We'll look at the way of Ryung. We'll look at the way of Gerald. Best of luck in the chat. Let's go. Best of luck. As we are going to be settling in to the turtle. For now, single gas. Racks expand here out of Ryung. Economic opener from our Korean Terran player. Meanwhile, Gerald, he is going for his own standard build. Gate, Cybercore into Nexus. Standard opener from Gerald. Something more economic here by Ryung. Is going Marine first as well. Once again, similar to what uThermal went for last game, where Ryung, he skips the SCV scout, he skips the Reaper scout, he goes Marine into checking for proxy locations, into a bunker back at home, and a more secure 2-base setup. So the goal here, the Marines, they are unable to scout across the map, so they scout close by instead. They check the linear third, they check the 4th base location, and you can also check that triangular 3rd location as well. Just making sure there is no proxy, making sure that Ryung is safe and sound. Here we go. Don't worry, his Protoss. True, Protoss players are notoriously dominant in online tournaments. They do win almost every single online event. But despite that, I mean, again, Gerald, he is sleep deprived. You know, Ryung is coming in as the heavy favorites. True. In saying that, Nick Rat did take a game off of Ryung. True. Did happen. Did take a game and did force an ace match out of Ryung as well. So I want to believe that Gerald has it in him. I want to believe that he has it in him here to threaten Ryung. Do you want to believe? As for now, Ryung getting into his 1-on-1. We go. Hellions are moving out. I was referring to him being Protoss. Yeah, exactly. The Tenacious Protoss Cup. I mean, usually what I will say is that our typical champions here are not available. So usually who we would see in Tenacious Turtle Tussle is players like Bjorn, players like Estrella. Estrella is not here this time. There is no Estrella. There is no Bjorn. There is no Shin either. Who do we have instead? We have Gerald and Ryung. I'm actually not certain if Gerald has actually won a Tenacious Turtle Tussle before, so we might be crowning, I think we are crowning a new champion. We're crowning a new champion here. Let's go. As the Hellions are being forced back. Meanwhile, we do have a committed quadruple mine drop out of Ryung. Let's go. Is going for the quad mine drop. Is going to be spotted here by Gerald. Does spot the drop. Behind this, we do have our 3-1-1 setup. A Banshee follow-up here out of Ryung. Again, this is a very common setup here from the Korean Terran side of things, whether it's Maru, Bjorn, or Ryung as well. Going for the Banshee, but here come the Winter Mines. Ooh, Medevac goes down. Oh, barely survives. The mines, they barely are dropped off. Mine drop goes off, takes out one Stalker, one Probe. Barely doesn't get anything else, so we do get one Winter Mine into the mineral line. And good reaction here by Gerald. He doesn't lose many workers. Only one probe has gone down so far. Soon to be 2. Nice on Burrow. Delaying and holding onto that mine trap for as long as possible. Oh my god. Yeah, Gerald's a little bit late to respond, a little bit late to react. Probe shot goes off, or sorry, mine shot goes off, kills the probe, and Gerald defends. Medevac barely gets out again. It was on 4 HP, 1 shot away from going down. It was so close. Gerald, he barely did not get it. And in the end, Ryung, he was able to trade. He was able to trade, get some probes, able to shave off some stalkers, and delay mining time. On top of that, he got a full scout, and here comes the follow-up. Here comes the next wave, the next push for Ryung. Gerald's back at home. He's going into his rushing into a bay, into Colossus production. You know what that means? That means that the Stalker army is going to be a little bit lacking. Just 2-gate blink into a bay, into Colossus. And the armies, they miss each other. Gerald, he's moving out towards the south. Ryung moving out towards the north. Ooh, and this is going to get a little bit rough here for Gerald as his third base is exposed. Hallucination comes in. He should recognize that the army is missing. And here comes Ryung going straight for the third. Do we recall? Do we commit? Army is revealed. Third base going to have to be evacuated. Stalkers, they catch reinforcements. They do take down one of the tanks. Tank goes down. Not bad. Boys are pulled away. Ryung is committed. He will take down the expansion. Third base will fall. And Gerald, he cannot save it. Not like this. But he can push into the natural, though. Goes for some SCVs. SCV's going to be going down. A couple of Marines do respond. But so far, good pickups here by Gerald. Gets 6, gets almost 7 SCVs. Trading with the army. Banshees, they dive into the main. There's nothing here in position. Forced to recall. It's going to be 4 probes going down. A good damage dealt here by Ryung. Forces the recall, which means Ryung, he can breathe. He can breathe back at home. He can now take his third base. Third base is almost done. Scans the natural. Gets eyes on the would-be Colossus production. And Gerald, he has to retake his third. As it all settles, Ryung is in a better position. He is ahead economically, I would say. Where even on workers plus mules, and the third base is actually faster for Ryung than it is for Gerald. So Ryung is in a better position. Likewise, his main army is still looking terrifying. He's got 2 tanks, he has 2 Banshees. His army has a lot of DPS, a lot of firepower, and he rotates through the center past the turtle. Goes past the turtle, knocks down the debris, and he's going for the third. And he's looking to knock it down once again. Here we go. He is making his way over. Tank sieging up. New siege. Going for the expansion. Colossus is trying to maintain themselves. Tank shots going off. The Nexus is going to go down. And again, Gerald, he just cannot fight against this. He cannot engage with the main army. Not against two tanks like this. It's not going to happen. Gerald, he's just being pinned in. He's just being starved out, I should say. As tanks are slowly pushing forward, getting within range of the production. On the bay. The bay is under fire. Tank shots going off. And Gerald, he's supply blocked as well. His supply blocked the bay within range of the tanks. Ay, ay, ay. It's going to be targeted down. No mas. Sentinel Lens is denied. Gerald trying to re-expand and take a third, going for the gold. Charge is done. Charge is completed, but Ryung, he's just rallying across the map at this point. He's just rallying across. Oh. Once again, massive tank focus on the army. And the Colossus, they just cannot get within range. Expansion is denied. And Ryung is pushing further in towards that natural, towards the robo. Pushing in towards the robo. There's 3 Colossus. That's a lot of Colossus, but again, they have no range back. They can't see. Catching transferring workers. Viking goes down. More assaults are warping in, but Ryung, he should be able to overwhelm this. Yeah, at this point, he can just stim in. Oh. As else, they just crumble before the tanks. He dives up the Colossus. He gets 1, he gets 2. He's going to get all 3. All 3 Colossus do fall. GG gets called, and Ryung takes game number 1. GG. Just a very unfortunate start for Gerald. As a reminder, in the early game, if you recall, the armies, they passed by each other. They did pass by each other completely. Where if you remember, the Stalkers went towards the south, the tank-based army went towards the north, and Ryung was able to get on top of that third base and knock it down. Gerald did catch some reinforcements, true. Did catch some reinforcements. He got a tank, he got a couple of marines, but it just was not enough damage. And as a result, wasn't that not enough damage. As a result, again, Ryung, he just maintained a lead. He killed the third base and he just made sure that the third never got up and running for Gerald. Never did get up. And now we're getting into game number 2. Cool. It's going to be on at King's Cove. It's going to be at King's Cove. Now, what I will say as we load into a much larger map is that if Ryung wanted to be as assertive and as aggressive this time, it's going to be a little bit difficult. It's going to be more difficult, I should say, than on Amygdala, as this is a much larger map and it is much easier to defend your 3-base setup here. We'll get into it. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of King's Cove, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Vitality, leading the series 1-0. It is Ryung. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Streamer Zone, down in the series, but looking to bounce back and looking to tie things up. It is Gerald. We go. And again, welcome to King's Cove. It's 2017 all over again. It's been a long time, but this is a very defendable natural base. As you can see here, there's a ramp coming into the natural, a very narrow choke point as well. But my eyes on Ryung because the SCV is moving out across the map. Hello. Hello, Mr. SCV. What's going on? Annyeong haseyo. As the SCV does dip in behind the tall grass here. Are we going for the eBay block? Looks like we are. Okay, it's going to be an eBay block here by Ryung, looking to disrupt the opener of his opponent. Yeah, the eBay has been placed. Gerald scouting for a proxy, does check for a proxy Rax, and in a way there is a proxy, it's just an eBay, not a Rax. As Gerald, he checks the third location, checks the fourth location as well. He is looking for the proxy, and this means that the eBay is going to get well underway. So a very nice start here by Ryung, as the eBay almost does complete, and with that he's going to be forcing the unnatural natural out of Gerald. He scouts, he sees the eBay, has to expand elsewhere. Ryung, he's already there. Oh no, oh no. He's already there. He is already there. We could even delay even further with that SCV. Back at home, Ryung getting into his own factory follow-up. Now, the reason for this, as we should be able to expand momentarily, but the reason for this, even though it's a single gas opener, because resources are spent on this eBay, Ryung cannot afford a CC, so he's forced into a factory instead. And from here, he can go into an add-on swap. He can go into something like Helium production or even Cyclone production as well to try to harass and try to chip away at Gerald. Gerald does expand on location, but this is a very late expansion for the Protoss. Is a late expansion. Ryung sees on low ground. There's the add-on swap into Hellions. Okay. I'm assuming. There we go. Hellions are on the way. Ooh, meanwhile, I mean, we are on a much larger map here, and Gerald, for the first time this series, for the first time tonight, does not open Twilight Council, he opens Stargate. Okay, interesting. Stargate open out of Gerald. This has fallen out of fashion in the meta. For the most part, we don't see it as often as we used to. Like, Phoenix Colossus used to be the go-to. Like, every single TVP for years became monotonous at some point, but it used to just be Phoenix Colossus time and time again. Nowadays, a lot of Terran players have gotten much better when it comes to punishing Stargate play, so Stargate play is less common nowadays. It is now safe to open up. Safe to open up with Blink. Adept will delay the expansion, but is going to be shut down as more Hellions are amassing. Meanwhile, Phoenixes are on the way. This could be the beginning of Phoenix Colossus, or this could be Phoenix into charge lots. Regardless, Phoenixes, their goal is to maintain map control, to shut down drop play, and to pick off high-tech units. But there's not going to be a lot of Phoenixes, and here come the Hellions. If Gerald doesn't wall off, he's going to be in trouble. Hellions are on the way. 3 Hellions, 1-shot a probe, and we have 4. And they dive in. They do make a pass to the wall, into the main, into the mineral line. And probes are going to get roasted. There's not enough on the ground. The probes are falling. One Hellion gets lifted, but it doesn't matter. Oh, when they light up, that's 8. 8 probes going to be falling. 9 probe kills. 10 probe kills. And with that, that is worth it. That is worth it here for Ryung. He still rallies 2 more Hellions into the natural. More probes going down. And again, this is also why this is a very risky way to open up from the side of Gerald, is that it can be difficult to deal with early game aggression. Whether it's Reaper, Hellion dives like this. Ooh, and Ryung, he's embracing mech. It's time to mech it up, papi. It's time to make it. Let's go. Let us go. Still feels like 2024 for me. No, yeah, this is more rare here. I mean, hey, it's the first time we're seeing Stargate Phoenix in today's broadcast. Much rarer sight. Meanwhile, Mac fields are on the way, which means Ryung can go for a second factory into Mass Cyclone. Oh boy. Did I say Cyclone? I meant to say the Cyclone, papi. Let's go. The Cyclones are building up, deflecting the initial Phoenixes. We'll see if we do go for a second factory or not. For the time being, like, this Cyclone response is just really solid against Phoenixes. Phoenixes, they can't really touch the main army with all these Cyclones. But I'm curious if we commit a little bit harder. But now third CC is on the way. Main army moves out. And again, this is also a big reason as to why Phoenix openers can be so difficult to get away with. Because what do you have against this army? 2 Vikings, 2 Cyclones, Mass Marine is moving out across the map. What is there to defend? I mean, there are Phoenixes, but they can lift up 1 unit at a time and they're out of position. The army was missed. Gerald, he missed the army, he's out of position. He will harass, he will delay the third, but here comes Ryung into the natural. Phoenixes, they get into the natural base, they get some more SCVs. The Immortal is going to pop out. And it's all about this Immortal. He's going to try and hold on. Does focus on the first Viking. Gets the Viking. Zones away the army. Phoenixes, they were recalled back home as well. Whew. And he holds. Again, if it wasn't for this Immortal, it would have been a very difficult defense here for Gerald, but he does hold on and he does deflect Ryung. So far, so good. Up. Lock-ons on the Stalkers. Scan to take down the Stalker as well. Maintains the lock-on. Goes to the Phoenixes. Gets 1. It's a Phoenix. We'll get a second Phoenix as well. Barely not. Whew. Shield battery does maintain it. Second factory's on the way. It is going to be Battle Mech. Going to be straight up Battle Mech here. And in the new patch, with the old Cyclone, Battle Mech is more viable. It is more viable here against Protoss. If you were watching StarCraft back in 2022, 2023, this wasn't necessarily a common build, but not unheard of. We'd see players like Gumiho, like Ryung as well. I remember even Nickrecht having a Mass Cyclone build that he would whip out from time to time. Oh, as a third base is denied. Gerald stuck on 2 bases. Across the map does catch a Cyclone, and he will scout the factories. The Mass Cyclone, bye, let's go. The Cyclones are coming. They're coming back. As Ryung, he rotates. Going for the third. Once again, his win condition, just deny. Deny the third base. Contain the Protoss for as long as possible. Gerald, he just cannot expand. He's supply blocked. He is going to be supply blocked back at home. Cyclone's going to be wreaking havoc. But nice catches, though. I do appreciate the value that Gerald is getting with these Phoenixes. Just came to the production. Picking off 1 Cyclone at a time. And finally, Ryung, he's racing back home. He's racing back. He has now realized that these Phoenixes are becoming a problem. They are becoming a problem here. As so far, 3 Cyclones have fallen. 8 SCVs. And picking up the final Cyclone as well. Just barely. Phoenixes are out of energy. They have to get the hell out of here. They pull away. Now, on the one hand, these Phoenixes, they've gotten a lot of value. On the other hand, Ryung has a booming economy. He's on 60 SCVs plus mules. He's on 3 bases. And Gerald, he's still stuck on 2 bases. This third is heavily delayed for Gerald. Now, he does have potential with this army. I would say he could maybe even break his opponent if he had a little bit more energy for some lifts. Oh. Oh my god, the lock-ons are brutal. One Phoenix goes down. Gerald is going to rotate. Nova going to be going up. Up! It's going to be a late Nova though. Doesn't connect. Does go down. Cyclones, they lock up. They pop off. Jesus, oh my god. They bully back the Stalkers. And Gerald, he has to retreat. He doesn't reinforce all the way. He's just going for it. He's committed. He's going for an all-in. It's all or nothing for Gerald. He's trying to break through. More Stalkers falling. Lock on the Immortal. Oof, gets a lot of damage. A lot of damage in the army. Gerald, he backs off. Now he's forced to saturate that third, but he's still behind in workers. He still has catching up to do. At least he saves the Immortals, but he lost almost every single Phoenix. Down to 1. And Ryung, he's securing himself. He's securing himself, getting into more tanks, more Cyclones, a double armory for double upgrades, embracing the mech, papi. Let's go. This is a risky maneuver by Gerald, by the way. That is 2 Immortals in the Prism. Scan reveals saturation, so Ryung knows the third base is fully operational. Ryung, he knows. And one wrong step, one misstep here to Gerald, and he will lose these Immortals. Like, he has to be so careful against the Cyclones and the Vikings. See, Vikings are set up here after the third. No, oh, Vikings also set up here at the natural. Oh god, okay. They don't see each other. They don't see. But Gerald, he should not push in, otherwise he will lose this. Going for a ninja base. Okay. Double expanding, going for the 4th and going for a ninja 5th base as well. Let's go, going for the hidden expansion. It makes sense considering how far behind Geralt is. Does make sense. Disruptors are amassing. Stalker still being active. Ryung getting his 4th base up and running. So Ryung is still just maintaining that economy on that 4th. And so far we're calming things down. Ryung, he's just embracing his tank production, embracing more Cyclones. Widow Mines on the way as well. He goes, why the hell not? Oh, finds the Stalkers. Nova's going up. One Stalker goes down. Nice tweak up there for Ryung. Gerald's pulling back. Let's pull back. Hellions, they attempt to run by. So far, Gerald keeps up. Likewise, more Hellions. No, they find the ninja base. No, the ninja. Ryung, I mean, he wasn't even looking for it. He was just rallied across the map. But he does find a couple of free probes. Likewise, the disruptors. No, the Novas. Nova's going to be going off. Do they connect? They do. They do connect, but the disruptors are still exposed. 1 disruptor, 2, 3 go down. Only 1 survives. Ay. Not like this. That was not worth it here for Gerald. And Ryung, he's maxed. He's maxed out, and now there's only 1 disruptor left. Now up to 2, but still, that was brutal. The mortal drop comes in. Will distract. Going for a warp in as well. Not bad. The Prism will be hunted down, but this will delay. At the same time, the main army's going to be clashing. And here comes Ryung. Boy, he's got 6 tanks. Mind Shot grazes the army. The high ground in favor of Ryung. And he's rotating over. He's going for the ninja base. He's going for the ninja expansion. He will bring it down. Stalkers, they do catch a tank. Not bad. They will find some reinforcements as well. He please another Hellion. Drilling causes research, of course, so detection is required. Gerald, he's buying time, building up his disruptor count once again. Building up more disruptors. Oh! Chasing down some of the Cyclones. Gets 2. It's a handful of Cyclones. Yeah, diving on reinforcements. Better trade here for Gerald. But he cannot push into the tanks, and Ryung is coming in from behind. He's flanking the army, at least trying to. Viking getting caught out. Oh, massive tank shots going up. Oh my god, so many Stalkers fall. That was brutal. The tank line was insane. Ryung is pushing forward. Getting closer with those tanks. Purification Novas are trying to buy time. Nice collapse here, and Gerald, he's going to commit. Does dive in, and Novas don't quite connect. There's no more Zealots. The tank shots are brutal, and the army melts. Ryung, he breaks through. Takes out the Gateway Army, pushing into the third. And Ryung, he can snowball from here. He has done it. Again, Battle Mech. Now that we have the old Cyclone, it's possible to pull off here in this matchup. Takes out the Stalkers, gets them with the Robo. Reinforcements on the way, they collapse on the fourth. GG gets called, and Ryung will take a 2-0 lead. GG. GG, well played. Ryung will take a 2-0 lead, and now we're getting ready for potentially the final game of the series. I hope not. I hope we get a back and forth, but the pressure is on Gerald. Pressure is on. And we'll see if he can bounce back. I want to believe. I want to believe he can. I want to believe he can bounce back here as we're getting into Game 3. It's going to be on Whispers of Gold. Oh boy. Likewise, we'll see what Ryung goes for. In general, Ryung has been very aggressive. Even though Ryung played mech this game, he was very assertive early on with his early move-outs, with his early aggression. If you remember, Gerald had a very hard time taking a third, and this is actually the case both in Game 1 and in Game 2. Due to Ryung's aggression, he could not break the natural, of course. He could not break the natural whatsoever, but it wasn't about breaking the natural. It was about denying the expansions. It was about denying the third base over and over again, just starving Geralt out, taking an economic advantage, and snowballing from there. That's kind of been... I mean, Ryung, he's gotten there in different ways, but that has been kind of the win condition for Ryung so far in this series. And we'll see if Geralt can keep up and recover. As we are loading into... Ooh, a map that we don't often see anymore. We're loading into Whispers of Gold. Let's go. Here we go. Oh, I see este Neo Shaggy in the chat. Ga, papi, ga, este Neo. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Cuídate, papi, cuídate. So here we go. We're getting into game number 3 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, the favorite player here to take the entire tournament. And can he be stopped? Can he be slowed down? Representing Team Vitality, it is Ryung. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Streamer Zone down in the series. Can he bounce back? Can he make a series out of this? I hope so. It is Gerald. Let's go. So we are going to be settling in. And Ryung does mix it up. He's going double gas. So this time it's going to be a double gas opener out of Ryung, going for a faster factory. This time there is no eBay block. If you remember last game, an eBay block was thrown down and we saw a really delayed... I mean, I was speaking about how Geralt's third base was delayed, and it was, but even his natural was heavily delayed as well in Game 2. This time he can expand freely. This time Geralt can settle in, but we are loading into Whispers of Gold. This is one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool. The third and fourth base locations are very open. They're a lot more exposed, and the rush distance by ground is short. Short rush distance by ground as well. So if Ryung wanted to even go for a 2-base all-in, I do favor that on Whispers of Gold. I do think there is a place here for 2-base all-ins here. For now, factory's on the way. Further back, so Geralt's in the dark. He doesn't know what's going on. For all Geralt knows, it could be economic. There could be a CC on the high ground even further back. So Geralt's in the dark. Is in the dark. Back at home, shield batteries on the way. Ryung is building up, moving out with his first Reaper. Making his way towards the natural. Doesn't make his way across. So far, Gerald, he holds on. Will force Ryung back. And with the help of the hallucination, Gerald, he will confirm that it is not going to be at least a one base all-in. He spots the factory, spots the CC and the high ground as well. He knows that Ryung is soon to expand. Starport is on the way. Now again, because of the faster factory, because of the faster starport, this can lead into early drop play. We could be seeing a fast medevac, and we could go for an early like cyclone tank drop across the map. This could also lead into a second tech lab on the starport into Banshee play. There's a lot of aggressive potential here for Ryung, and it's going to be on Gerald to figure out what's going on. And he's going for a proxy pylon. You know what it is! Twilight Council opener proxy pylon. This has to be DTs. Now we saw this early. We saw this against uThermal, if you remember. And uThermal, he was quick to tap out as he did get caught out by the Invisible Man. Show us the Dark Shrine. Show us the DTs, papi. Blink is on the way. Huh. We still need some more gas. Still waiting for it. Reaper moves out. Hallucination as well. Cyclone's in position to deny the hallucination. And will cache the Phoenix. We'll shut it down. Gateway has been placed. Okay, what do we have? Okay, so it's going to be three gateways back at home, fourth gateway across the map. We might not even go for the Dark Shrine. This could just be 4-gate blink, and we could just double down and be hyper aggressive here. Let's go. As Ryung, likewise, he pulls the boys. As we mentioned, when it comes to double gas openers here, there's a lot of aggressive potential. It looks like it is going to be, yeah, tank drop. Tank drop across the map. We have the medevac, we have high ground vision. More reinforcing tanks on the way. Now, Gerald, he will slow this down. Nice force field. Slows down the army, but he will still lose the Stalker. Stalker does fall. Army moving in. Shield battery is done. Oh, but that tank volley is brutal. Gerald, he's in a lot of trouble here. He's up against the wall. Gonna be harassing across the map. He's crazy. Going for a zealot run by. Meanwhile, Ryung, he's pushing in. Getting within range of the production of the gateways. Nice pickles here with some of the Marines. Marines are going down. Zealots take it across the map. They delay reinforcements at least. That's another gateway falling. Gerald, he's down to 2. And he cannot push into this. Not anymore. This position is just too brutal. Cyclones, they get 2 more Stalkers. There's 2 Stalkers left. And Ryung, it looks like he has broken the natural. As he's now within range of the shield batteries. Zealots across the Stalkers across the map as well. Okay. We're killing SCVs. Okay. Gerald popping off. Getting 13 SCVs across the map. At the same time, though, Ryung, he's breaking through, takes down the pylons. That's going to be 15 SCVs falling. Gerald is going to try to hold on to the main. Nice blinks. Nice control. Oh, but we'll bleed out one more Stalker. One more Stalker going down. 18 workers did fall. Gerald, he does get behind the army. Mineral lines under fire. Probes are now falling. Gerald, he needs Zealots here to try to collapse on this. He's just going for a counterattack. Going for a counterattack instead. The natural base is going to fall. Ninja. Let's go. He's getting a ninja base. He's just giving up on the natural. He's done with it. He's out of here. There are 2 tanks at home to defend, though, so I don't think Gerald can actually get much done here. Especially with a tank on the high ground. Speaking of, tank shots going up. Oof. Gerald has to retreat. Ryung pushing in. And there we go. We force a recall. Stalkers a recall back home. They catch the medevac. Oh my god. But Gerald, he has no production. He has no gateways, he has no depots, he's supply blocked, I should say. He has no pylons. So even though Gerald has money, he cannot warp in. He cannot warp in. Oof. Gets a Viking. Meanwhile, Ryung, he's somewhat aware of what's going on. There we go, he does find the Zealots. And that is a tell that there is a proxy pylon across the map. He finds the random Nexus, though. He's going to knock it down. Dark Shrine is on the way. That's what I assumed was going to be happening earlier, if you remember. I was like, yo, DTs, but it's too late at this point. It shouldn't finish. Stalkers, they break out of the main. They're moving out across the map. The Nexus will fall. The Dark Shrine might actually finish, though. It might complete with DTs. Oh, that's scans. Never mind. Plenty of NG, plenty of scans available here for Ryung. So DTs will not end the game. Not this time. As Gerald is looking for another way in. Rotating over. Ryung maintaining his position. Stalkers, they try to collapse in on this. Losing a Stalker. DTs warp in and they're making their way towards the natural. There is no turret, but again, there is a scan. As long as Ryung notices, oh, DTs are revealed. There's a scan. He gets one, he gets two, he gets almost three. Likewise, defensive DTs as well. Let's go. There's another scan. Gets the Dark Templar. Stalkers come in for the snipe. Let's go. Gerald is popping up. Takes out the tanks. He will break out. He will finally expand, assuming the space survives, and it should. It should survive here. But as the dust settles, Ryung, he's still on 2 bases. He's still on 2 bases. He has mules available. He's getting to stim. He's got a high tank count. He's secure back at home. Gerald, he did save all of his probes, though. And look at that resaturation. Did save his workers. Back up to 2 bases. Gerald, he's still in this game. I don't think he can break this, but he's still in this nonetheless. As he shouldn't try to push into the natural. Like, that's a little bit too ambitious. Oh, calm down. Shouldn't try to push in. Going for a going for a ninja expansion. Let's go. Going for the hidden third. Gerald working towards Storm as well. Okay. Storm is on the horizon. Ryung moving out with a drop. He's spotted by the probe. Stalkers, they rotate, they respond. And Ryung is contained. So far, so good. Ryung is contained. See someone asking, is this live? Shout out to the bot for responding, but yes, it is live. If we ever have a replay cast, then it does typically say replay cast in the title. As a heads up. Yeah, we're live, Pappy, we're live. Storm is on the way. Almost done. Ryung, he does skirt around the edge. Making his way towards the third. Gerald, oh, he spots it! Dives in! And he does get the medevac. Massive pickup. Medevac goes down. Marines as well. Nice skin up here by Gerald. Very nicely done. As the Dark Shrine is going to be shut down. But Gerald getting up to a 3-base economy. He does take an economic lead. Let's go. Storm is now done. He has an army. And, despite the chaotic early game, Gerald, does he bounce back? The point, let's go! I was going to say, still no third CC. The boys are being pulled. It's all or nothing for Ryung. And Gerald, he will come across the army. Or will he? It's going to be close. Third base is spotted. Gerald, does he storm in time? Up! Does he storm? He does! Massive storm on the SCVs. Yeah, massive connection. And he's got 2 more storms. Oh, they do connect. Yeah, massive storms by a 3rd storm as well. Oh, and a 4th. Thank God he has storms for days. It's crazy. The SCVs, they evaporate. The Marines as well. High Templar going to be sniped. But there's almost nothing left. We're down to 2 Marauders, 2 tanks. And a handful of reinforcements here. Archon doing what it can. Does trade. Zelce catch reinforcements. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for Gerald. As Ryung, he lost every single worker. He's down to 20 SCVs. He's mulling his heart out. Rotating over, Ryung, he did scout the ninja base. He's aware. Gerald, he does miss the army. He doesn't know where it is. Ooh, takes some ice shots to the face. And Ryung, he does collapse here on the expansion. Gerald trying to come in from behind. Saves the probes. Does have some. Ooh, he blinks in! That was not it. Yeah, brutal blink there from Gerald. Likewise, is a very marauder heavy composition. 2 storms get thrown down. He has 2 left. But Gerald, he is having a hard time trading here. Yes, retreat. Ryung pushing forward, going for the expansion. Now, as a reminder, Gerald, he can lose this. It doesn't matter. He can afford to lose the 4th base, as he's already on 3 bases. Like, it's fine. He ran into a player that's 2 base all in, or 1.5 base all in. Zelce try to catch reinforcements. Gerald, he pulls away. Nice catch. Storm on the tanks. Ooh, High Templar get focused down. Oh. Gerald, he's in trouble. No more storms. No more storms left. Did overextend with the High Templar. Has to pull away. And Ryung, he's pushing in. Yo, I'm getting some Ryung versus Nickrak vibes from this game. He's trading his heart out. Oh, going for the Stalkers. Tanks finally go down. And he gets another High Templar. Another High Templar falls. And no shot. Ryung, can he still pull this off? He kills the 3rd. And now Gerald's in trouble. Losing 2 bases. Yeah, 2 bases going down. Ryung, make him desperate and he can pop off. Ay, ay, ay. Again, if you missed out on Ryung versus Nickrak earlier today, I recommend the VOD. As Ryung was dead in the water and he was insane earlier. And here as well, he breaks on through, getting on top of the High Templar. Storms 8 tickle the Marauders. Boys are being pulled. Gerald trying to force this back. He's holding on. Leading out probes. More Marauders rallying in. There's another storm available. Ryung trying to drag the army into Widow Mines. Shock goes up. And Ryung, he will deny the expansion. Up, up. That's a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel. Nexus goes down. Those are the final storms for Gerald. But the blinks, barely enough. Gerald, he holds. He's holding. Takes down the Marauders. There's 1 left. Force back. And where exactly are we? So Gerald, he does have the better economy. I should say he has the better worker count. He has the higher worker count, but he's oversaturated. He needs a 3rd. He needs a 3rd base. And he's been denied the 3rd time and time again. Ooh, brutal blink. Once again, he gets punished. 3 Stalkers go down. That was not the blink to go for. Gerald's a little bit too adventurous. Gets punished. Yeah, punished for the blink. Ryung is still in this on 24 SCVs. Despite that, he has an efficient economy. Or as efficient as Gerald's, I should say. Storm goes up. Ryung getting forced back. Preserves his units. And again, you can see here, even though Ryung is down to 26 workers, he's mining efficiently from what little patches he has. And Gerald's, again, he's oversaturated. His long distance mining, despite the high worker count, it's really not what it seems. And Ryung, he's landing his main. He's taking the 3rd. If this 3rd base, as this 3rd base lands, Ryung technically has better mining. He has the better economy. As he lands the 3rd, a fresh mining base. Gerald still long distance mining, still no 3rd expansion. Rotates over. Storm's coming in, the High Templar exposed! Ooh. Double the storm, 1 High Templar goes down. There's 1 storm left. Archon forced to morph in. And there's more storms coming in behind this. Oh, High Templar gets targeted. And very nice control here by Ryung. He focuses down the high NG High Templar. Gerald, he misses the storm. Mine shots go up, and Gerald, he will lose the army. He will lose the army, lose momentum. And Ryung, it looks like he's done it. No shot. He was completely all in. He was dead in the water. Like, Gerald, he had such a strong start engaging in the center of the map with those storms. Such a strong start. But Gerald, he took some really rough fights. If you remember, Gerald, he blinked into the army multiple times, losing so many Stalkers. So better engagements by Ryung. despite being all in, despite being down in supply. Again, he had the more efficient army, takes down the Zealots, stimming in, going for the High Templar. He gets one, he gets both. Storm pops off. He's down to 3 Marauders. And it still might be barely enough. Oh my god, the juggling! Another Storm. Kills the medevac. But Ryung, again, he's done it. He has done it. He's broken the back of Gerald. An insane all-in here from Ryung. Gerald, he was so close to holding multiple times. But Ryung never counted out. The tuna. He wants the turtle. Oh my god. As he will kill the expansion, GG gets called, and Ryung, he will take the series 3-0, becoming, for the first time, a Tenacious Turtle Tussle champion. GG. Crazy. GG, well played. Game 1 and Game 2 was much more of a dominant showing from Ryung. It was much more one-sided. Here in Game 3, Ryung, he was forced into an all-in. He was hyper-aggressive. Gerald had a very, very nice engage in the center of the map with his storms, where he was able to shut down the army. He killed most of the SCVs, and Ryung, he was running out of steam, but he was able to rotate. If you remember, he killed the 4th base, which at the time was fine. He could kill the 4th, but at the same time, he was able to out-position Gerald, catch out the Stalkers multiple times, out-trade Gerald, and kill the 3rd. Once the 3rd went down, things were looking very dicey for the Polish Protoss player, and yeah, somehow, some way, Ryung, he pulled it off from there. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. Ryung will take it. GG, well played, and yeah, congratulations to Ryung. My condolences to Gerald, but what I will say is I don't want to take away from Gerald's accomplishments here, because he played very, very well here in this tournament. Winding it back, if you recall. Oh. Winding it back, if you recall, as we head on over here to the brackets and have a look at our results here. Okay, from the top, Ryung, he took down Rebellion, he took down Nickrat. Again, if you miss out on the VODs, I recommend Ryung versus Nickrat. It was a very, very clutch series, and was very back and forth as well. Definitely one of the highlights of the night. But likewise, so Ryung, he was able to make it to the finals. Gerald, he did not have an easy road either. Gerald had a crazy hour-long best-of-3 against Vindicta. That was 1 hour for 2 games. Gerald and Vindicta, they went the distance there in their series. It was very close, very back and forth. Gerald did take down Vindicta. Likewise, Gerald he made up for that in his series against uThermal. It was an hour-long best-of-3 against Vindicta. It was like a 15-minute or like a 10-minute series against uThermal. Very short. Did go the way of Gerald as well. So Gerald, he worked his way through 2 Terrans, but then he went up against the beast, the tuna himself. Ryung did come in as the heavy favorite. Ryung is the highest rated player in the tournament to begin with, so it was all about, could anyone stop Ryung? Nickrat did his best, did bring Ryung to the ace match. Gerald as well. I mean, I could see this series going longer. I could see Gerald taking that final game. I could see this going to game 4, maybe even game 5. I do think that Gerald can contest against Ryung. Ryung is still favored, but I could definitely see Gerald taking maps and even a series on a good day. But today was not his day. Ryung did close it out. GG, well played. Well played here to the Dongwon himself. Well played. Now Gerald can sleep at 5 AM. Yes, now Gerald, he has our permission to sleep. Get some rest, papi. Get some rest. If you're out there, if you're in Europe, if you're in Europe, get some sleep, because it's 5 AM. Buenas noches. Buenas noches, papi. Buenas noches. So, let's go. GG, Gerald put up a good fight. He did. He made Ryung work for it. 100%. 100%. And with that, congratulations. Congratulations to our top 2 players, of course. Shout out to both uThermal and Nickrat, as we do pay our top 4 for the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. And if you want to help support this tournament, if you want to help boost the prize pool, you can do so via Matcherino, !Matcherino in the chat. Shout out to Stegosaurus, Proto-Stegosaurus, for boosting the prize pool. He does add 75 USD to the prize pool as well, so much love to Proto-Stegosaurus. Does allow for the prize pool to be even greater for these 4 players, and if you wish, you can do so as well in the chat by boosting the prize pool through Matcherino, as the prize pool is now up to 235 USD. Oh, not quite. 225, that's it. 225 USD prize pool for this week's tournament. So GG, well played. Meanwhile, if you are unsatiated, if you want some more StarCraft, then we got you covered in 8 hours. Let me just double check. Our next cast on the channel is going to be in, yes, 8 hours time. We're going to be live on this channel with the Master Coliseum Asia qualifiers. For those that are curious, Master Coliseum is the next big online tournament, a big prize pool. The best of the best players should be there. Players like Cyril, Raynor, Max Pax, Clem, Showtime, Hero, Dark, Beyond, the best of the best should be in this tournament. They have been historically in Master Coliseum. And again, this is because it's an online tournament, Max Pax can compete and will compete as well, most likely. So Master Coliseum is this month, but the qualifiers are this weekend. 4 days. 4 days of qualifier. Tonight is the first qualifier. Tomorrow is Europe and the Americas. Day after is Korea. Day after is the global qualifier. So 4 qualifiers back to back to back. In 8 hours is going to be the first one. But even before that, in 5 hours time. In 5 hours time, we're going to be live with the Pondcast. If you're curious, what is the Pondcast? That is our weekly talk show where we go over the week's news, where we go over the week's results in StarCraft, and of course we can talk about the patch going live, of course, the map pool, Home Story Cup. We're probably going to be discussing that, the results, the performances, and the event itself. We'll be going over that during the Pondcast, and some other news as well. So again, that is going to be our talk show in 5 hours. Until then, do I nap? I can't nap. I would love to nap, but I'm going to go get some breakfast. I have not eaten yet today. It's 3 p.m., baby. It's 3 p.m. I'm going to go get some food. I'm going to go get some breakfast. Likewise, I'm working on the Alima League VODs. For those who do not know, Alima League was 2 days ago. We did cast it live, and I should be able to finish working on the VODs today, and I should be uploading the VODs to YouTube tomorrow. So if you missed out, if you want some of that Alima League action, then we got you covered on YouTube tomorrow. They will be uploaded. Otherwise, again, if you want to follow us, you can support us by following us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. We do post whenever we go live on the social medias like Twitter and Instagram and Facebook. And again, we upload on a daily basis over on YouTube as well. Plenty of VOD content on YouTube. So that is the place to be, if you wish. Is the place to be. Here we go. I see in the chat some people asking, did uThermal change his nickname to Sasa Tequila? He did, because he's in Mexico. He's in Mexico, man. So, in honor of him going to Mexico, it did name change. True. But otherwise, we are wrapping up. Otherwise, we are wrapping up here for tonight. Thank you so much. Thanks so much for tuning in. You're so nice. I like your vibe. Oh, thank you, Dark Templar. Thank you. Gracias. Do appreciate it. Again, we go live on a daily basis. Or for today, for example, we have 3 broadcasts today, 3 streams. That's a lot of streams. So we're quite busy here. That's one of the things we're proud of here on the CranKy Ducklings. We are live more than any other stream out there. We cast more than Steadfast, more than Wardy, more than Pig, more than Rotterdam. All the content is always here on the CranKy Ducklings. We might not have the quality, but we have the quantity. Kappa. The quantity is there, papi. The quantity, the streaming, the casting. So again, we have a very busy weekend because of Master Coliseum. Again, there's KSL on Saturday. Cheeseadelphia, very quick PSA. If you're in the Americas, Cheeseadelphia is a big event happening in Philadelphia, of course. It's a big event, a big offline event in the Americas. We will be the official English cast. That is going to be on Saturday. So in between Master Coliseum qualifiers, we will be all over Cheeseadelphia as well. We'll be all over Cheeseadelphia, bring you that North American StarCraft. I don't know who's going to be there. I know that Dolan's going to be there. Epic's going to be there. Your typical local American talent should be arriving. I did ask Vindicta. Vindicta won't be there. Unfortunately, he's on the opposite coast. I think it's like he's on the opposite side of America, and it's quite an expensive flight to make it to Cheeseadelphia. So unfortunately, it's not really ideal for Vindicta, but plenty of other players should be there instead. And again, we'll be casting that here on the channel. Otherwise, thanks for watching. thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. Stick around. We're gonna be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We'll find someone to send everyone over to. So give them some love, give them some support. We'll find someone to raid. Otherwise, we'll see you guys either later tonight or tomorrow or whenever. We'll see you when we see you. We always have some casting to do. See you next time. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.